recruitment exam?
So essentially, we did a lot of data crunching. We deployed artificial intelligence for data crunching to identify suspect candidates. In the execution of examination, there were cameras across all the 16,400 rooms. Those cameras were AI equipped. So any type of movement, any type of foul movement, suspect movement was immediately generating alerts to our control rooms, which was immediately instantly being communicated to the Kendra Vyavasthapak. So all these things combined, in which the data, the image and the videos were analyzed on a real-time basis at a massive scale, it helped us in executing this exam successfully.
So at last, just want to know that when the people of UP, when the UP police will increase its strength by this 60,244 constables?
So after the written part is over, still there are a lot of steps in the exam which we have to conclude. We have to provide the answer key to the candidates. Then we give around a week time for them to publish, to submit their objections, if any. Those objections are considered at the board level. And finally, the final answer key is published. After that, there is a process called DVPST, which is the document verification and physical standard test. As you know that in police department, we have candidates only who are of a certain height, weight and chest measurement. So all this exercise takes about 1.5 months to complete, to verify the documents and do the physical standard test. After that, the successful candidates go through another round of physical efficiency test, in which they run for a particular distance in a particular time. Concluding all these things, after concluding all these things, the final results come out. So we would definitely try to bring out the final result as soon as possible without any undue delay.
Time now for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter.
And impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV. 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter.
And impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV. 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter.
And impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV. 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter.
And impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Good evening and welcome to a brand new episode of We the People. Australia plans to set a minimum age group now, or an age limit rather, for children to use social media, citing concerns about mental and physical health. This has sparked a massive debate on whether this is indeed an idea whose time has come. Now, Australia plans to set a lower age limit of about 14 to 16 years. The specifics of the lower limit have not yet been made clear. The move was prompted by a parliamentary inquiry into the social media effects on society. So if this proposal does come into a law, Australia would essentially become the first nation to bring an age limit This despite the fact that 75% of Australia's teens are on some form of social media or the other. Now, Australia is not the only country that's talking about it. The UK too has taken note of the quote-unquote ill effects of social media by holding social media companies legally liable for keeping children safe online. These conversations around age limit become particularly interesting given the fact that Meta reduced the age limit to get onto their platforms, their social media platforms, from 16 years to 13 years just last year in 2023. But while the allowed age limit right now is 13, the truth is, in the absence of age verification, of any punitive action, of any supervision, and no age-wise categorization of content, age on social media is just a number. It means nothing. Everybody has access to everything. But digital rights activists have also raised red flags with the idea of a blanket ban, saying that it could perhaps direct traffic to unregulated alternatives. They've also questioned whether banning social media for teens would actually be able to fix the underlying issues which many say we are trying to fix here. Speaking of underlying issues, studies in the United States have shown that Gen Z, that's people born after 1995, are now among those with the highest rates of psychological disorders like anxiety and depression. And experts like Jonathan Harris, in his recent book, The Anxious Generation, has argued that these disorders are directly linked to the rise of a phone-based childhood, which began in the 2000s and accelerated in the 2010s. And this rise in anxiety and depression and even self-harm have been linked to the period when smartphones came out. They were loaded with social media and with high-speed internet. So play-based childhood, essentially, he argues, was replaced with a phone-based childhood in the 2010s, and it saw a huge decline in real life and social interactions. And thus, of course, he's talked about how we ended up overprotecting children in the real world while underprotecting them in the virtual world. So given all this empirical data, given the evidence, given the narrative that's been drummed up and what we are seeing anecdotally, the question that we're asking on We the People tonight is, can we really even turn the clock back as far as social media use is concerned, especially for kids and teenagers? Joining me on the show this evening, Arun Singh, content creator. He's a social media influencer. He's an in-house NDTV name. So, Arun, thanks for being with us in the studio. Malika Dua needs no introduction. She's an Indian actress, a comedian, and also a social media influencer. Thanks, Malika, for being with us. We also have Dr. Aarti. She's the child psychologist here on the broadcast. She works very closely in mental health, especially with teenagers. N.S. Napinai, senior advocate of the Supreme Court and founder of the Cyber Sathi Foundation, and Dr. Vijaya Datta, principal of the Modern School. Thank you all very much for being with us on this edition of We the People. But I want to begin this show with the people, and why not begin the show with the stakeholders, the young people whose life we're sort of discussing and talking about. So I have a lot of people with me here in the studios. Thank you all very much for coming to the studios and being with us in NDTV. Let me begin by asking you, the age group that we're talking about, how do you feel about this so-called ban being talked about? Do you think other countries should do it?
So the age group we are talking about is the prime age of like 10th, 12th class of students, and like when we talk about social media, it's not only the glamorous side of it, but side like LinkedIn and all, where they can pursue careers. They can be explored to digital space, a healthy digital space.
Okay, so not all bad with social media. You had a very interesting point to make. Go ahead.
Yeah, so basically, like there are many teens who are marginalized based on their skin color, their gender, sometimes like their personality. So many a times these people can like form groups, find other teens who are just like them, and develop their personality, which will help them in the adult world.
All right. So there are many sides to social media. That's what the young audience here has to say, and you can't take away their right to expression and free speech. But what do parents, before I open this to panel, what do parents think? Ma'am, you're a parent of a teenager. What do you think?
Yes, as a parent of a 17-year-old daughter, I'm proud that I've never really stopped her, because I feel your home is your first school ever. Okay. And if we are hiding things from our own kids, what are we teaching them? Okay. Rather than, we should let it loose and, be open to suggestions and open to there is nothing to hide about it. Okay. And even as you mentioned, for a 13-year-old, if they are banning social media, what's the assurance that in the home, others won't have access to that device? So rather be free, have freedom with restrictions, then your kids won't find wrong way out to have access.
I have to say that's a very ideal life scenario that you're talking about, but well, it does work. More parents on the broadcast. What do you think, ma'am?
I have a son who is completely hooked onto social media since he was a kid. In fact, I had to resort to some, getting him some mental, some kind of a therapy.
Okay.
But instead of stopping him from the social media and video games, I was stopped as a mother to just let him do what he wants. And the reason they gave was that, look, if your son is good at something, why are you stopping him? Maybe this is one part of his life which is going to end up as a career.
Okay, well,
So,
we have two
exactly.
career professionals here as well, so we'll take it to them.
Yeah.
Ma'am, what do you think?
Well, I think social media is here to stay. What we need to do is we have to filter the good from the bad.
Okay.
For instance, now Instagram has come up with this device, or they have come up with a program to say the time control and the content control is what we can do as parents. So sitting at home, we cannot remove social media.
I think I'm going to take that as a good starting point, that look, social media is here to stay. So do what you will. It's going to stay. You're going to have to figure out whether you want to ban it, take it away, ban it in your own home, or have a government ban it. It's going to stay. You have to work your life out around it. Arun, as someone who is a social media influencer, creator, a career social media person, how do you look at this conversation?
First, I think I wish you had counted me in teens, but that's okay. That's the reality that I have to accept. But let's talk about the COVID vaccine, right? We, of course, had the downsides, the disadvantages, side effects, but did we ban it? No, because the advantages trump over the disadvantages. So there are going to be, I think, disadvantages of things, but we have to look at the bright side. And also, I think social media is the replica of society. Roads are also not safe. Are you not going to send your kids to the roads?
So banning is not an option.
Banning is not at all a solution. Not at all.
Okay, interesting. Let me also take this to Malika Dua. Malika, do you agree? I think there's quite a unanimous opinion over here that banning social media is not the solution. Honestly, when I came into the show, I thought I'm going to have to play this balancing act and be like, listen, it's not all bad. But I think most people agree that you can't just ban it and take it away. Malika?
No, I mean, we know what happens when we ban things. People don't stop consuming them. In fact, they find creative ways to consume, whatever is banned. And I think in this case, in the case of social media, the dose really makes the poison. I don't think social media by itself is a problem. It's given a voice to so many people. Like I, for one, used to feel a bit unseen and unheard in the echo chambers of what was school or what was college or what was then an office and something else. And social media then really gave me a community and a way to express myself. Through the course of this journey, it's taken a toll on things like self-image, on things like our idea of what it means to be successful, what it means to have a fulfilled life, of what it means to be happy and content, the very basic things and values that one has to kind of cultivate in life. Anyway, there was a lot of comparison, right? Like we are digital immigrants, I would say, right? We're not digital natives.
Yes.
So having come to social media and having spent half my life without it, I've realized that there was a time when the creative side of me had enough time to sit with itself, and kind of question what is going on, right from wrong, or ye idea, fursat, what fursat and the kida that comes in. I feel as a creative person, I often find all of that lost and why I'm saying this is because I don't think social media in general or the people consuming it are to be blamed. It's the people designing these apps that are to be blamed. Because if you speak to a lot of them, they'll say they never let their teenage kids be on these apps. And someone should ask them, why do you do that?
For sure.
Because I don't think we can blame people who want to be on an app. It's giving so many people income. It's really liberated a lot of people from a lot of rigid structures that were holding people back. It's given the country and the world different kinds of talent and modes of entertainment and communication.
Sure.
However, the people designing the apps need to be careful that they don't design it in a way that, they know they're making drugs, right?
Yes.
And they're making them to be more and more addictive, and they're lowering the age taki aur log aaye and more people kind of consume these drugs.
Yes.
And more people kind of throttle their own creativity and here's this song, now all of you must dance to this song, you know. Here's this line and all of you must use this
A
line.
sense of conformity comes in. Let me get in Dr. Datta first into the conversation. As an educationist, Dr. Datta, you have seen a generation of students without smartphones and social media. Now you're dealing with a generation of teenagers with smartphones and social media. Tell it to us like it is. What is the difference? How do you tell one from another, and how do you deal with the current situation?
Yes, we have seen the transformation. We have seen the age when there were no phones and there were no social media access like the way we have it today, the Facebook, Instagram, and whatnot. Well, as for me, I'm very clear in my view. I'm not saying that it should be banned, but it has to be limited. It has to be monitored. There should be no lack of control, because lack of control is where it goes wrong. And both physically and mentally, it harms. There is no denying this fact.
Absolutely.
Well, excessive use, I think, is what is not good. Everything has a good and a bad. But once it goes overboard, then it is not good. Therefore, I'm very clear that it has to be, it should be controlled and it should be monitored. Because you know of instances where cyberbullying takes place. I every day deal with such issues where parents come here telling about the cyberbullying. There's so many times the comments are made on students, on girl students, which are not welcome, the kind of pictures that are used, the morphing is a very dangerous thing that happens. And these are all the things which are kind of aberrations, but are very much there. Like you said, social media is here to stay, of course. There is no denying the fact. But all these aberrations and the misuse is very much prevalent. And therefore, the physical activities, the psychological challenges, identity formation, self-esteem, and the social skill development are the things that come into play. The social skill development is, of course, a major issue. We know this, that there are people sitting, so many jokes are made on this. People are sitting across each other, and
But
everybody
Dr. Datta, I want to ask you a counter question there. I mean, you know, this entire narrative that taking kids off social media is going to put them into playgrounds and suddenly foster social engagements. It's not a switch on and switch off button. I mean, you're talking about a generation of children that have been exposed to social media for a certain period of time. So it's going to have to be a lot more nuanced than banning social media.
Absolutely. So this announcement by the Australian Prime Minister comes as a knee jerk. And this is not, of course, the right thing to do.
I'm very glad that you said that, yes.
Make children understand that gradually they need to wean out rather than get more and more onto it in an attempt to get them onto the fields, get them onto sports. I had a school where sporting culture is very, very strong. The traditional games have been missed out over the years, which is not a good idea.
And I think the onus, and I think, Dr. Datta, sorry I'm interrupting you, but I think the onus of balance lies on parents, lies on educationists like yourselves.
Absolutely.
So I think there has to be some semblance of balance. We can't go all extreme. We can't say yes, of course, social media, or no, absolutely no social media. I want to bring in, I want to bring in Ms. Rajat Ratnam into the conversation, because she is somebody who's dealing with teenagers on social media. Tell us what you're seeing and how you're therefore looking at this proposed move, and whether you think it's a good idea for other countries to do it.
If you really remember when social media came in, it was Orkut in 2009. And I'm sure many of you were not even born then, like the Gen Z people. So Orkut was actually quite fun. I was very young then and I really enjoyed it. And then it moved to the other platforms. And I don't want to name names. But now if you notice it, with the filters, with the kind of AI-generated tools that are supporting social media, that's where the problem starts. Because a lot of parents have started giving children screens to make up for their lack of connection.
True.
Okay. And this is where we live in a hyper-connected world, but we're actually disconnected as human beings. And I think that's where we need to start taking a stand in all of this. It's not about an absolute ban, it's not about any of this, but somewhere, I think with anything, whether you buy like a kitchen appliance, you buy a phone, it comes with a set of instructions of how you should use it and what is dangerous for you. But with social media, there is no such prescriptive. Secondly, anybody who's designing, and Malika mentioned beautifully that it's really the problem with the people who are designing it.
Yes.
People who are designing it are attention managers. Attention managers, for them, the commodity that they want is your attention, your time. So what has really happened with social media, especially when I talk about reels, because that's the most addictive component of social media, if you really look at it, it has been designed to mimic the mind. Now I'll explain why that's important. See, you have two kinds of focus. The first kind of focus is what you call the spotlight focus, which is required to, sort of zoom in and focus on something like you're studying for an exam or you're, content creating. You have to really focus and say, this is how I want to do this. But nothing great is achieved in spotlight focus because the default mode that we have is where the greatest breakthroughs happen. For example, any great scientist, he was sitting in a bathtub and he had a eureka moment. The default focus for any creative person, they will know the default mode is what is important. When you mention play-based versus phone-based, the real problem is not play or phone. The fact that we do not have default time to just daydream, to let your thoughts, sort of
let
wander
your kids
all over
be
the place
bored
and then
once
come
in a
back.
while.
That's not
I've heard that
and
a
it's
lot.
not just boredom. I mean,
Yes.
the word boredom also is content now. Everybody's hashtag let your child be bored. No, it's not that. What I'm trying to say is naturally as human beings, all of us mind wander.
Yes.
Right? And mind wandering is extremely important neurologically because that's the one that helps you put whatever you've learned or assimilated throughout the year, throughout the day together.
All right.
Now that is not happening with the reels because the reels have been designed to mimic the mind. Dr. Datta beautifully mentioned that you have to sort of teach children how to get off and how to balance. The balance cannot happen because most children are now not able to differentiate between their own thoughts and the reels because they're similar.
Right.
That's where my research points to, saying that let's not give children the phones too early, build connections first, build relationships first, because the relational aspect of the human
But then
experience
do you
is
agree that
important for mental
this
health.
14 to 18 years or 14 to 16 years is a sweet spot, or do you think that we're just shooting in the dark at a number?
See, I think what any government does is create some kind of ruckus around things, right? It's not really well thought out. Now, what I really tell you is that children are probably looking at social media on their mom's phone or their dad's phone or brother's phone much earlier. What is really required is we need to understand what is the usage. It's important to realize what content I need to reduce and what content I need to restrict. If I do not know that as an adult, the age will never matter. Just like, how old should someone be to have a car driving license? Just like that, you should have a license for any platform online.
Sure.
Because it will come with a certain set of responsibilities.
It's very interesting. It's very interesting that you talk about that sense of responsibility, because that's exactly what I wanted to ask NS Napina. You've been listening very patiently. I want to ask you, you're the expert over here. It's almost like in these conversations, we give an absolute free run to social media platforms. Nobody is actually holding the platforms accountable. You're taking the smartphone away from the kid, or you're banning social media for a certain age group, or you're at least talking about trying to do it, but who is actually looking at what social media platforms are doing? Meta decides to reduce the age limit from the prescribed 16 to 13, and they can just do it all over the world. And even for a kid to get on, I mean, how many of the kids sitting here, I could do a poll, but I don't want to because this is going on television. How many people actually got on social media before they were allowed to, or before they were 13? So where does the buck really stop, NS Napinai, when it comes to holding big tech accountable?
Very, very relevant, Rishika. And I'm glad you came to me last, because I can then try and consolidate all the thoughts that have been put out here. The first thing I'd like to put out there as a qualifier is, I believe that the genie indeed is out of the bottle. You cannot put it back inside. So children from 13 to 18 have already been exposed to social media. And to say now that, you're going to ban it and keep them off the platform is not going to happen. The second proposition I wanted to emphasize on before we move forward is often people think law is a bad word because it's something that's going to limit you or restrict you, and therefore it's something to be avoided. Particularly technologists feel this way because they always think that the technology grows best when it is left on its own. I always tell people, particularly technologists, that you come to a stage in the curve to that tipping point where law can actually be an enabler and help you grow further rather than it being a limiting process. And in fact, that tipping point is something where if law doesn't play that game of being an enabler, you may actually fail. So I personally feel that it's critical for any government to look at it in a very pragmatic manner when it approaches the harms and balance it out with the benefits in terms of social media.
Right.
So when you look broadly in terms of how law is evolving on this aspect, every jurisdiction has understood the technological limitations when it comes to imposing a ban. So they are going with the parental consent.
Right.
There are two issues, which is what you mentioned.
Yes.
About identity and verification process.
Yes.
Now, if both of these are going to mandate my sharing an ID document with you, then you are subjecting a minor to corporate surveillance and giving them more data than they would otherwise have of the minor.
I have a minute left in the show, and I very quickly want to ask both Arun and Malika, because they are both content creators. They both have, made professions or have made careers out of being on social media. What do they have to say to people who are endlessly on social media or on social media when they're not supposed to be, or are sort of sneaking around and watching reels? I want to ask the both of you to give a message. Arun, to you first.
App limit, that's a great solution, but then again, it's on you to obey to that limit that you get on your screen. Of course, I have put 1.5 hours of app limit and I sometimes exceed it, but then once I get that alert, I know, okay, I'm over and above that limit, so I need to be careful about that. And I also want to quickly make a point that, you're underestimating the young minds here because they raised some amazing points. And we're talking about kids here, teenagers here, but let's also not forget our parents. Like my father is 70-year-old, he's also addicted, as bad as my 10-year-old nephew.
Right.
So I think it's the system which needs to be, I think, corrected.
All right, fair point. Malika?
So two things. I was going to just show you this app called Opal that I use. Look at the horrid screen time. But like I set app limits through this, like you could literally block certain apps. And back when I was in college, which was like many, many centuries ago, there used to be like, we used to be addicted to just Facebook and random websites, right, on our laptop. So we used to go to this thing called self-control and block these, block these websites. So one is really downloading these amazing apps, because while there are people designing apps to get you addicted, there's also a lot of de-addiction work that's going on. The second being, social media by itself needs to be studied. It's an untamed beast, right? There's a lot of good that's happening. If we ban it, we're actually essentially depriving young, growing people of a lot of skill sets that they could develop, right? Because ultimately, to go out into the world, they have to be very, very adept with what's going on social media and how to kind of leverage social media. So I think, because we have a lot of people in school, or parents whose children are in school, or people who handle schools or whatever, I think social media by itself has to be studied in school the way mental health needs to be studied and incorporated as a subject in school, because it's not going anywhere, and it's larger than any of us are individually.
Yes.
So what would help is to really view it from a distance. And because I come from the generation where our mothers used to say कि TV बड़ा addictive है, ये तो काम नहीं करे, TV देख रहे हैं. And now
I
TV
think we've been
seems
through
so
that
cute
as
and
well.
harmless
Yes.
in comparison to what we have here,
Yes.
right? It's like this little thing and everything is inside this.
Well, I know it sounds very utopian, but I think striking the right balance is key, because like so many of you said, you want to call it the beast, you want to call it the giant, whatever you want to call it, social media is here to stay. Is banning it and taking it away really the end game solution here? Well, you've heard various opinions on We the People. We leave it to you to make up your own mind. If you've tuned in tonight, thanks very much for watching, and thank you all very much for being with us on the show.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From maximum city, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need.
Hello and welcome to watching NDTV. I'm Vedant. Coming up on the show, well, massive celebrations outside the Tihar Jail here in the national capital as Arvind Kejriwal is all set to walk free. We'll get you the latest from ground, but first up, the headlines. The Supreme Court grants bail to Arvind Kejriwal in the liquor policy case. The Supreme Court says the process of trial should not become punishment. The Aam Aadmi Party welcomes the verdict. The BJP slams Arvind Kejriwal, but bail conditions said the Chief Minister cannot go to the CMO and sign files. The co-owners of the Delhi coaching centre deaths get bail, but unprecedented bail conditions set by the Delhi High Court. The Delhi High Court says deposit 5 crore rupees with the Red Cross Society. Remember, 3 students died in the basement flooding. The Supreme Court judges differed on the legality of Arvind Kejriwal's CBI arrest. Justice Bhuyan says the arrest was unjustified and failed to understand why the hurry. Meanwhile, Justice Suryakant, in a differing judgment, said that there is no illegality. The CBI complied with law. Ford drives back to India. The Chennai plant to reopen. This after Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's US visit, but the plant will only work for exports. Six people have been arrested in the South Delhi shooting. The police say the shooter is still on the run. A shocker in the national capital. The gym owner was shot dead in a posh neighborhood in South Delhi. Congress leader Jagdish Titler pleads not guilty in the 1984 anti-Sikh riots case. A Congress leader accused of murder and conspiracy. This after charges were framed against him in August 2024 by the Rouse Avenue Court in Delhi. And well, let's go across live to where the Aam Aadmi Party is celebrating outside the Tihar Jail. Live pictures coming in. Well, all top leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party, including former Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, also Delhi's Finance Minister Atishi, also Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann, all of them present outside the Tihar Jail. Remember, the Aam Aadmi Party has planned a massive roadshow from the Tihar Jail to the Chief Minister's residence in civil lines. It's going to be a big show of strength by the Aam Aadmi Party, because remember, it is a season of bails for the Aam Aadmi Party. From Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia to the former communications in charge Vijaya Nagar, to of course now Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, all getting bail. Also Sanjay Singh getting bail in the liquor policy case as well. So certainly, as I said, a season of bails, and there you can see a lot of celebration outside the Tihar Jail. What we're picking up from sources is that Arvind Kejriwal will walk out of jail at around 6:30. So that's going to be important given the fact that this is regular bail. Of course, Arvind Kejriwal did get interim bail for elections back in the month of June, but a lot of stringent conditions, perhaps, as many would point out, including the fact that Arvind Kejriwal will not be able to go to the CMO, will not be able to sign files. Nevertheless, a shot in the arm for the Aam Aadmi Party, given the fact that this comes right ahead of the Haryana polls, a crucial state for the Aam Aadmi Party, also ahead of the Delhi Assembly elections likely to be held early next year. So the Aam Aadmi Party certainly on the road to revival, as many would call it. But dramatic pictures coming in there from outside the Tihar Jail. All of the top Aam Aadmi Party leaders celebrating in the rain. Let me go across live to my colleague Aishwarya. So Aishwarya, the Aam Aadmi Party is celebrating. When is Arvind Kejriwal expected to come out? 6:30 is what sources seem to indicate.
Well, the bail orders had been received by the Tihar Jail authorities, and anytime soon now we have been told that Arvind Kejriwal will be walking out of Tihar prison, and to welcome him is Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann, former Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodhia, Atishish Bharadwaj, and all the senior leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party. There will be a huge welcome of Arvind Kejriwal because this is a regular bail that he got from the Supreme Court on serious bail conditions that have been also imposed on him. But where I am reporting is at Arvind Kejriwal residence, and here also there are same scenes. MLAs from different constituencies had arrived over here. Celebrations are taking place. Huge gathering of Aam Aadmi Party supporters over here outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence, and the plan is that after walking out of Tihar Jail, Arvind Kejriwal, Delhi Chief Minister, will be coming directly to Chandkiram Akhada, and from Chandkiram Akhada to 6 civil lines, there would be a massive road show. Aam Aadmi Party MLAs are also here. आप लोग बहुत खुश हैं, आज खुशी का दिन है आप लोगों के लिए. केजरीवाल साहब की घर वापसी हो रही है, लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कहना है कि बेल वाले सीएम कहलाएंगे. वो बेल पे बाहर आए, चार्जेस नहीं हटे हैं.
हमारे माननीय मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी बाहर आ गए. हमारे लिए ये किसी दिवाली से कम नहीं है, किसी त्यौहार से कम नहीं है, ईद से कम नहीं है. हमारे देश के सबसे बड़े त्यौहार हैं दिवाली और ईद. हमारे लिए आज वो दिन है. हम आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता सारे बहुत खुश हैं. इस बात से हमारे पर कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी हमारे ऊपर कितना जुल्म कर रही है, कितने अधिकार हमको दे रही है, या कितने कम दे रही है, कितने ज़्यादा दे रही है. हमारे अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जेल से बाहर आ गए, उनकी जमानत हो गई, हमारे बीच आ गए, वो हमारे लिए यही काफ़ी है.
सीलमपुर MLA इज ऑल्सो विद मी. आप ये बताइए कि जिस तरीके से आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने लगातार प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंसेस करी, उन्होंने कहा कि चौथी बार सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा है कि ये जो अरेस्ट था वो लीगल था, वो वैलिड था. लगातार आप लोगों ने इस अरेस्ट को चैलेंज किया था कोर्ट में. किस तरीके से देखते हैं आज के सुप्रीम कोर्ट के ऑर्डर?
एक अजय मान जी को मैं नमस्कार भी करता हूँ. वो बड़े जिदार आदमी हैं और दिल्ली के लिए नहीं, पूरे देश के लिए शान है वो. और जितने भी हिंदुस्तानी सियासी, उनको उनको बता दिया सियासत कैसी होती है. गरीबों के मसीहा है ये. एक गरीब इनके लिए दुआ कर रहा था, और आगे भी हम बहुत तरक्की करने वाले हैं. कोई रोकने वाला नहीं है केजरीवाल जी को. कितने ही जुल्म कर ले, कितने ही अंदर कर दे, कोई रोकने वाला नहीं है.
हरियाणा के चुनावों पर भी असर पड़ेगा केजरीवाल जी के बाहर आने का, आपको लगता है?
ये तो ऊपर वाला ही जानता है. इज्जत, मगर हमारे लिए बहुत कुछ बड़ी बात है. ये सियासत अलग चीज है. केजरीवाल जी हिंदुस्तान के गरीबों के मसीहा बनेंगे. एक दिन वो आएगा.
So that was Seelampur MLA from the Aam Aadmi Party who joined us. Let me show you these quick visuals from Arvind Kejriwal's residence over here. Huge gathering of the Aam Aadmi Party workers. There is a massive roadshow which has been planned from Chandkiram Akhada to his residence over here. He will be coming over here and later will be addressing the workers who are present and had come all the way from different part of the national capital. Certainly it is being said and alleged by the Bharatiya Janata Party that of course he will be called as a chief minister who has come out on the bail, and by taking moral responsibility he should resign. But on the other side, Aam Aadmi Party had been constantly saying that it is a big win for the legal system. The observations that the Supreme Court had made while pronouncing the judgment had stated that CBI is in the caged parrot, and therefore the reason perhaps the timing of the arrest was also questioned. But from here at 6 civil lines, from as long as I can see, there are workers who had gathered in large numbers, and there you can see Shelley O'Brien, the mayor of Delhi, and on the other side there are dolls which had also been called in by the supporters. Sir, बधाई हो आप लोगों को, लेकिन लगातार भारतीय जनता पार्टी का आरोप आप लोगों के ऊपर कि बेल वाले सीएम कहलाएंगे, चार्जेस रिवोक नहीं किए हैं. इस कितना जश्न आप मना रहे हैं?
देखिए, कानूनी प्रक्रिया तो चल रही है, लेकिन ये बहुत बड़ी जीत है आम आदमी पार्टी के लिए. संविधान के अनुरूप माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने आज अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को राहत दी है और बेल दी है और ये पाया है कि भाई ज़बरदस्ती आप किसी को अंदर नहीं रख सकते काफ़ी दिनों तक, कानून के दायरे में ही रह के काम करना होगा। आप किसी भी नेता को उठाते हो अंदर डाल देते हो, किसी भी नेता को कोई सबूत नहीं, कोई तथ्य नहीं, कुछ भी आधार नहीं है, फिर भी राजनीतिक रंजिश के चलते आप नेताओं को अंदर डाल रहे हो, ये एक बहुत गलत बात है। इससे पहले मनीष सिसोदिया जी आए, सारे नेता बाहर आ रहे हैं एक एक करके।
So, one after another, the leaders are coming out. That was an MLA from Delhi Kent area of the Aam Aadmi Party, clearly stating that this will also put an impact on the upcoming polls in Haryana as well, as Arvind Kejriwal will be going along with the candidates over there to file the nominations, and a series of programs now being lined up. Top leader of Aam Aadmi Party walking out of the yard.
All right, Aishwarya, stay on with us. Let me quickly go across my colleague Sriram, also joining us from outside Tihar Jail. Yes, Sriram, over to you. A lot of celebrations there. When is the Chief Minister expected to walk out?
Yes, Vedant, I'm outside the Tihar Jail right now. As you can see behind me, it's absolute pandemonium. As you can see, the entirety of the majority of the Aam Aadmi Party leaders have gathered outside the Tihar Jail for the celebration. It's all dance and music over here. The dhols have come out. There were firecrackers being burst a few moments ago. So you can see how much of a rousing welcome they have planned for the Delhi Chief Minister. As you can see over there at the top, you can see Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Singh Mann as well, a former Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia with Minister Atishi as well, a part of this celebration outside Tihar Jail at the moment. This is all in preparation for, of course, when Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal will walk out of the Tihar Jail anytime soon. And yes, so as per the sources, he is supposed to walk out by around 6:30. We are still waiting for official confirmation, and once he walks out, we will see all of the visuals there. As you can see here, it's absolutely the scenes are absolutely crazy out here. So many people have gathered on the streets, and the entire street is filled. Even though it's heavy downpour, people don't seem to be minding at the moment. They're all gathered here and celebrating.
That's right, Sriram. In fact, Arvind Kejriwal will come out from the dreaded jail number 2 of the Tihar Jail, where he has stayed for the past 6 months, and a lot of controversies, allegation, counter-allegation, but finally the Supreme Court upholding bail for Arvind Kejriwal. Sriram, for the Aam Aadmi Party, a big shot in the arm, given the fact that this comes right ahead of the Haryana polls, also the Delhi Assembly elections. This was something that was a foregone conclusion that the Aam Aadmi Party will really be sort of milking it politically, given the fact that it comes right in the middle of poll season.
Yes, so a lot of the senior Aam Aadmi Party leaders were asked this question, whether the release of the Delhi CM will have any impact on the Haryana polls, and they have all said that no matter what happens, it is a major morale boost for the party going forward with the Delhi CM coming out. So of course the political war will continue. There were talks of the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party with an alliance in Haryana. Those talks of course didn't go anywhere. Now we're seeing that Delhi CM is out, so that will be a huge positive, of course, for the Aam Aadmi Party going into the Haryana polls.
All right, Sriram, stay on with us. Aishwarya continues to be with us. So, Aishwarya, the Supreme Court, in a sense, has reiterated, the adage that bail is the rule and jail is the exception. While, of course, there was a difference of opinion in the legality of the CBI arrest, both the judges seem to have agreed and there was consensus on the fact that bail was long overdue to the Chief Minister.
Well, certainly, and that's what the Aam Aadmi Party leaders have been constantly saying soon after the judgment was pronounced over the timing of the arrest by the Central Bureau of Investigation and the statements and the observations that were made specifically regarding the caged parrot-like situation of the CBI. It was Atishi, Saurabh Bharadwaj, who did a press conference and stated that now when the Supreme Court have said so, it certainly means that what we had been saying for so long, and the opposition parties, including the India Bloc, that Central Bureau of Investigation and agencies like Enforcement Directorate are not independent. They are working under the behest of the central government. It's a political witch hunt against the opposition leaders, and that's what today the Supreme Court also stated. And that's the messaging that they wanted to send across to the people in large when they will go to seek for votes as well, as to how that the agencies had been misused. But remember, it was course, the Supreme Court also later in the observation said that there should not be misrepresentation and the perception should not be such that the case has not gone ahead. Of course, the investigation is going on, but it is the timing that had been questioned by the Supreme Court as well. But altogether, it's now at around 6:30 what we are getting to understand that Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, after 6 months, will be walking out of jail and with certain conditions that have been imposed by the Supreme Court. 10 lakh rupees of surety, he can't sign any official file and he can't go to the secretariat as the bail conditions also the case of ED that remains the same. But certainly it is the Aam Aadmi Party which is saying that now the governance in Delhi will be better because Chief Minister himself will be out and he will be giving directions for the party leaders and for the Delhi government as well. But here you can see rolls and celebration dancing outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence. A large number of supporters have gathered just not over here at Arvind Kejriwal's residence, 6 lines, but also at Kina Makara as well, where a massive stage has been set up and Arvind Kejriwal is all likely to address the supporters as well. Dancing and the distribution of sweets underway over here at Arvind Kejriwal's residence. A big morale booster just ahead of the Haryana polls as Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia, the other top leaders already out on bail.
All right, Aishwarya, do continue to stay with us. Let me go back to Sriram also for a bit, who's joining us from outside Tihar Jail. So, Sriram, the past 2 to 3 months have been very critical for the Aam Aadmi Party. We have seen the Aam Aadmi Party completely decimated in the Lok Sabha polls. Then, of course, in Haryana polls, you know, the talks with the Congress also faltered. But, you know, it has been a season of bails for the Aam Aadmi Party, from Vijaya Nagar, Manish Sisodia, Sanjay Singh to now Arvind Kejriwal. What you're showing right now to us, those visuals outside Tihar Jail, are really defining for the Aam Aadmi Party that has really been under siege, as many would call it.
Yes. Yes, so the release of Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal is a huge positive for Aam Aadmi Party. Of course, he's been in jail for the last 6 months and we've seen a series of bails being granted in that liquor policy case. Of course, as you mentioned, the former Deputy CM Manish Sisodia also coming out with Sanjay Singh as well. So this is a huge positive for Aam Aadmi Party. It's a huge boost. As some of the Aam Aadmi Party leaders have of course already said that it is a major morale boost for the party going forward with such a key elections coming up. And yes, I think their faltered performance in the Lok Sabha elections now will almost see a contrarian response from the party as a whole, with now their Supreme Court.
What's important here also is the fact that the Supreme Court has also come down heavily on the CBI. All right, Aishwarya is finding it difficult to hear me. A lot of celebrations there. We'll try and go across to both of them. But Aishwarya and Sriram, thanks very much for joining us from Tihar and the Aam Aadmi Party office also. All right, so what we are being told is that 6:45 is when Arvind Kejriwal is expected to walk out of jail, so that's going to be extremely crucial. We'll continue to track this very, very closely. But looking at some more news now from the national capital. Well, bail for the key accused in the Rajinder Nagar deaths. I remember the 4 co-owners who have been arrested after the 3 civil services aspirants died. In fact, they drowned in the basement of the Rouse IAS coaching center. In fact, now the High Court has granted bail to them, but they have also set an unprecedented condition. The High Court has said that a bail bond of 5 crore rupee must be deposited with the Red Cross Society, which is a non-profit organization, saying that this money or this fund would actually help the Lieutenant Governor and the government in running our coaching centers with safety and security. This, of course, as the High Court has also said, that what the coaching owners did was unpardonable. And moving now to the absolutely shocking story from the national capital. Open gang war in a posh locality in South Delhi. In fact, a gym owner was shot dead by a group of men. In fact, the shooter is still on the run, but 6 people have been detained in this particular case. What is important is that a close aide of the Lawrence Bishnoi gang, in fact, has claimed responsibility for this, but this was absolutely shocking. This took place in the early hours of Thursday morning. An Afghan gym owner was shot dead. And moving now to the other big headline, well, the aftermath of the Bengal rape and murder horror, and now the deadlock between the Chief Minister and the protesting doctors continues. Well, this as the protesting doctors, a delegation of which went to the Chief Minister's residence, refused to meet Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. In fact, in an address after that, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee said that if it's in the best interest of the state, I will step down. This as the governor of Bengal has also slammed Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, saying that, well, she's a Lady Macbeth of Kolkata. Now, remember, there have been political protests also in the state. Now, the left party workers are also protesting. In fact, they demand Chief Minister's resignation.
আমাদের সরকারকে মামাটি মানুষের সরকারকে অনেক অসম্মান করা হয়েছে, অনেক অপমান করা হয়েছে, সোশ্যাল নেটওয়ার্কে অনেক ভুল বোঝাবুঝি হয়েছে, অনেক কুৎসা অপপ্রচার হয়েছে, যারা সাধারণ মানুষ জানতেন না যে এর মধ্যে একটা কালার আছে। মানুষ এসেছিলেন বিচার চাইতে তিলোত্তমার, কিন্তু আশা করি মানুষ বুঝতে পারছেন ওরা বিচার চায় না, ওরা চায় চেয়ার। আমি মানুষের স্বার্থে এমনকি নিজে পদত্যাগ করতেও রাজি আছি। আমার মুখ্যমন্ত্রীর পদ চাই না, কিন্তু আমি চাই মানুষ বিচার পাক, তিলোত্তমা বিচার পাক, আর সাধারণ মানুষ চিকিৎসা পাক।
Health Minister miserably failed in containing the liquidation of the medical system in the state. It is an irony that the Health Minister happens to be the Home Minister. The Home Minister happens to be the Chief Minister. The Chief Minister is protesting instead of protecting. Who is the Lady Macbeth of Bengal? Of Shakespeare's Lady Macbeth, it is said, all the perfumes of Arabia cannot sweeten this little hand. Of the Lady Macbeth of Bengal, all the waters of Hooghly cannot cleanse this tainted hand. Honorable Chief Minister, too little, too late is no answer.
And moving now to the big headline from Tamil Nadu. Well, Ford is all set to re-enter India with its Chennai plant, which was shut a couple of years ago. And now Ford is all set to, in a sense, re-establish its manufacturing unit in Chennai. But this will largely be confined to exports. Now, this comes after Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's visit to the US, where this plan was discussed. This comes as a big boost to employment opportunities as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned. My colleague Puneet from NDTV Profit decodes this for us.
Ford Motors is expected to resume operations in its Chennai plant in India, and that specifically has been mentioned in the particular press release by the company. Now, it has submitted a letter of intent to the Tamil Nadu government, and this has come as part of a business meeting that has happened in the US. Now, M.K. Stalin, the current Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, has met Ford's leadership in the US, and they are planning to repurpose this particular plant to make it an export destination from here. Essentially, all cars manufactured in this plant will be exported to other regions in the Southeast and Southeast Asia as well going forward, apart from the other regions that Ford operates. Now, further details on this type of manufacturing is expected to be disclosed soon by the company, but they have mentioned that the Ford plant currently employs roughly about 12,000 people before it was shut down effectively in 2021. Apart from that, they are expecting to add roughly 3,000 fresh jobs in this particular plant over the next 3 years. Finally, just to give some history, back in 2021, the company had been in India for roughly 25 years, but they only garnered 2% market share, and that's when Ford decided to exit the country. With this repurposement of plant to become an export destination from India, this will be a key positive for the government of Tamil Nadu to restart the plant, which has been shut for the last 3 years.
And with that, we'll slip into a short break now. But up next, India Ascends with Gauri Trivedi. All right, breaking news coming in. Arvind Kejriwal has walked out of jail. Arvind Kejriwal finally out of the Tihar Jail Of course, this after the bail order from the Supreme Court. Arvind Kejriwal walking out of jail 6 months after his arrest in the liquor policy case. Of course, the Supreme Court had granted bail to Arvind Kejriwal. There was a difference of opinion as far as his, his legality of the arrest was concerned. But both the judges upheld bail for Arvind Kejriwal. There you can see the convoy coming out of Tihar Jail. Motorcade, an extremely defining visual really for the national capital. There has been a constitutional crisis in Delhi ever since Arvind Kejriwal was arrested 6 months back in the liquor policy case. But finally, Arvind Kejriwal being released from the Tihar Jail. There you can see those live pictures coming in. Massive celebrations outside the Tihar Jail. Top leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party. And there you can see Arvind Kejriwal waving to his supporters. He's out of jail finally after he was arrested in the liquor policy case. Remember, a big shot in the arm for the Aam Aadmi Party right ahead of the Haryana polls and also the Delhi Assembly elections next year, early next year. But certainly a defining visual there with Arvind Kejriwal walking out of jail. Remember, it was 6 months back that the Enforcement Directorate first arrested Arvind Kejriwal in the money laundering allegations as far as the liquor policy case is concerned. And then the CBI, which is probing the corruption allegations, also arrested Arvind Kejriwal while he was in custody. But he's gotten bail in both the cases now. The Enforcement Directorate case, of course, the Supreme Court had granted bail earlier, and now in the CBI case as well, the Supreme Court granting bail there. Tough words from the Supreme Court as well. But politically speaking, this has wide-ranging ramifications given the fact that there has been, almost an existential fight that the Aam Aadmi Party has been battling with. First, of course, the near decimation in the Lok Sabha polls, and then the talks faltering with the Congress as far as the Haryana polls were concerned. But now, of course, with the top two of the Aam Aadmi Party, both Manish Sisodia as well as Arvind Kejriwal out of jail, is the party now on the road to revival? That certainly is a big question. Manish Sisodia has been campaigning the length and breadth of the national capital, also in Haryana. But what we are picking up from sources within the Aam Aadmi Party is that Arvind Kejriwal will hit the campaign road right away. He's expected to campaign in Haryana extensively, along with Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann, who's also present there, as you can see in those visuals, and also his key aides, Manish Sisodia, Sanjay Singh, Atishi, all of them present there. Of course, as I said at the very outset, there has been a veritable constitutional crisis in the national capital, since the time Arvind Kejriwal was arrested. Let's try and dip into the audio. Yeah.
मैं आप लोगों के बीच में बाहर आता हूं। लाखों करोड़ों लोगों का शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूं। लाखों लोगों ने मन्नत मांगी, लाखों लोगों ने दुआएं की, आशीर्वाद भेजे, प्रार्थना की, मंदिर गए, मस्जिद गए, गुरुद्वारे गए।
All right, we'll try and get better audio of that. So Arvind Kejriwal there addressing his supporters. Of course, there's a massive roadshow that has been planned from the Tihar Jail to the Chief Minister's residence at Civil Lines. But of course, this is going to be a huge shot in the arm for the Aam Aadmi Party, as I said. Let's try and dip into the audio again.
आप सब लोगों को आज यहाँ पे इतनी बारिश में इतनी बड़ी संख्या में यहाँ पे लोग आप सब लोग आए हैं, आप सबका तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ। दोस्तों, मेरा जीवन देश के लिए समर्पित है। मेरे जिंदगी का एक एक पल, मेरे शरीर का एक एक कतरा, मेरे खून का एक एक कतरा देश के लिए समर्पित है। मैंने जिंदगी में बहुत संघर्ष किया है, बहुत बड़े-बड़े संघर्ष किए, जिंदगी में बहुत मुसीबतें झेली हैं, लेकिन हर कदम पे भगवान ने मेरा साथ दिया है। ऊपर वाले ने मेरा साथ दिया। क्यों? क्योंकि मैं सच्चा था। सही था, इसलिए भगवान ने मेरा साथ दिया। इन लोगों ने मुझे जेल में डाल दिया। इन लोगों को लगा कि केजरीवाल को जेल में डाल देंगे तो केजरीवाल के हौसले टूट जाएंगे। आज मैं आपको कहना चाहता हूं, मैं जेल से बाहर आया हूं, मेरे हौसले 100 गुना ज्यादा बढ़ गए हैं। मेरी ताकत 100 गुना ज्यादा बढ़ गई है। इनकी जेल।
मैं भगवान से प्रार्थना करता हूं, जैसे आज तक ऊपर वाले ने मेरे को रास्ता दिखाया, ऊपर वाले ने मेरे को ताकत दी, ऐसे ही भगवान मुझे रास्ता दिखाता रहे, मैं देश की सेवा करता रहूं। और ये जितनी राष्ट्र विरोधी ताकतें हैं जो देश के विकास को रोक रही हैं, जो देश को बांटने का काम कर रही हैं, जो देश को अंदर से कमजोर करने का काम कर रही हैं, जिंदगी भर में इनके खिलाफ लड़ा हूं, आगे भी ऐसे ही लड़ता रहूंगा। भारत माता की, भारत माता की।
They're addressing his supporters outside Tihar Jail. A massive roadshow, of course, has been planned. As I said earlier, Arvind Kejriwal, will lead that roadshow from the Tihar Jail to his residence in civil lines. 6 months after he's been granted, he was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. Arvind Kejriwal finally walking out of jail. Of course, he got that interim bail for elections in the month of June. But regular bail now being granted to Arvind Kejriwal. What I am hearing from sources within the Aam Aadmi Party is that he's going to hit the campaign road straight away. In fact, he's going to go to the Rajghat tomorrow in the morning is what I'm picking up. After that, he's expected to go to a Hanuman Mandir. So a power-packed schedule really for Arvind Kejriwal in the next couple of days particularly. Let me quickly go across to my colleague Sriram joining us live from outside the Tihar Jail. Yes, Sriram, over to you. Arvind Kejriwal finally walking out of jail. He was addressing his supporters there. A lot of excitement and certainly a big boost to the Aam Aadmi Party bang in the middle of poll season.
Yes, so Arvind Kejriwal, as we know, has just walked out of the Tihar Jail, and the music and dance is back on. It was momentarily cut short because when Arvind Kejriwal started speaking, all of the music and everything was turned off just to listen to the man speak. Now, as he heads on towards his residence, as the roadshow, as you had mentioned, is being planned and it is on. As you had said, the roadshow that you had mentioned is being planned. He's on his way to that, and yes, he's just out, and the music and dance outside the Tihar Jail is back on again. The streets are completely filled once again. Even though the rain has been incessant, people have still turned up in huge numbers and are still staying on, seeing their chief minister walk out of the jail.
That's right, Sriram. In fact, top leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party present there at the Tihar Jail as well, including Manish Sisodia, Sanjay Singh. What are you hearing? He's expected to go to the Chief Minister's residence first, of course, where he'll meet his wife, and then he's expected to hit the ground running immediately, is what I am hearing. He's expected to campaign in Haryana next week, and he's also expected to go to the Rajghat tomorrow, which has really been tradition when it comes to the Aam Aadmi Party, whether it was Manish Sisodia, Sanjay Singh or Arvind Kejriwal during his past bail.
Yes, so all of the senior Aam Aadmi Party leaders who are present here, Atishi, Saurabh Bharadwaj, Bhagwant Singh Maan, the Deputy CM Manish Sisodia as well, they're all headed towards the Chief Minister's residence. So they'll be all part of the roadshow that has been planned. So they'll be going towards the CM's residence, and as you rightly mentioned, they will be going to Rajghat tomorrow in the morning, and then of course to a Hanuman Mandir as well as planned. And yes, the campaigning for the Haryana polls will begin quite in any time in the next coming weeks.
Absolutely, Sriram. And what we witnessed 6 months ago. In fact, I remember Arvind Kejriwal's covering Arvind Kejriwal's arrest outside his residence. It was truly unprecedented how a sitting chief minister was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate, and perhaps something that we've never really seen. And there was a true sort of constitutional crisis in the national capital, and also a big crisis for the Aam Aadmi Party. So the Aam Aadmi Party really looking to milk this, given the fact that the Supreme Court has, come down heavily on the CBI as well. But give us a sense of what's happening there. Give us a sense of what lies ahead for the Aam Aadmi Party, given the fact that, they are now in revival mode.
As of yet, the political intentions of the Aam Aadmi Party are quite unclear, because at the moment, just with the CM walking out of jail, it's just unbridled joy for all of the party workers who are present here. So it's all dance and celebration at the moment. But it is a huge boost for the Aam Aadmi Party. And yes, there's a chance that they might use this as a great positive approach going forward, with the Delhi CM out now, and of course one of the supremos of the Aam Aadmi Party as a whole.
Absolutely, and that's an important point there, because remember, Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal is of course not just the Chief Minister of Delhi, but the national convener of the Aam Aadmi Party. The task is really cut out for him to, in a sense, enthuse the cadre, given the fact that we have seen here in the national capital how there was a near decimation in the Lok Sabha polls. As far as Haryana is concerned as well, Arvind Kejriwal played a key role in a sense, consolidating the cadre of Haryana, and a lot of that has, in a sense, gone away. So to sort of bring back that energy to the campaign is something that's going to be extremely important for Arvind Kejriwal. What I am picking up from sources is that he's expected to campaign in Haryana next week. Next week is when he's expected to be in Haryana along with Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann. So that's going to be crucial, and as has been convention really for the Aam Aadmi Party, he's expected to go to the Rajghat tomorrow morning. After that, the Hanuman Mandir, as he has done in the past as well. And after that, what I am picking up is that he is expected to address a press conference as well with former Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. So in a sense, a big show of strength being planned by the Aam Aadmi Party as to how to politically milk this entire bail. Because remember, it's not just been a tough legal battle for the Aam Aadmi Party, but also a pitched battle here in the national capital with the Lieutenant Governor. Of course, the Lieutenant Governor continues to be on the offensive, and there has been a pitched political battle on the streets of the national capital, with the BJP demanding Arvind Kejriwal's resignation. In fact, Shriram, if you are with us, what has been the Aam Aadmi Party's approach is to not unseat the Chief Minister, because that was something that was being talked about greatly when he was arrested 6 months ago. But they, in a sense, stuck to their guns. They decided that Arvind Kejriwal will run the government from inside jail, and that, in a sense, has proven to be, something that has turned out in favor of the Aam Aadmi Party, given the fact that their government is intact here, their party also is intact, no major defections, etc., that we have seen in the past 6 months. So certainly, Arvind Kejriwal's return is going to be extremely crucial for the Delhi government as well, given the fact that there is this pitched battle with the Lieutenant Governor as well.
Yes. So of course, Arvind Kejriwal has of course got conditional bail from the Supreme Court, and he's not of course allowed to sign any official documents. But he will again of course continue as the Chief Minister of Delhi. And yes, as you rightly mentioned, over the last 6 months that he has been incarcerated, the Aam Aadmi Party decided to keep Arvind Kejriwal as the Chief Minister, and it will be a huge boost now that he's back out, and things are back to normal in an instance for now for Aam Aadmi Party as they head into another key election going forward.
Absolutely, and though of course if you look at the conditions set by the Supreme Court, he's not allowed to go to the CMO, he's not allowed to go to the Delhi Secretariat either. So of course that is going to be a challenge for Arvind Kejriwal, though we know even when he was inside jail, he used to conduct meetings here and there. In fact, some of the top ministers of the Aam Aadmi Party government, including Atishi and Saurabh Bhardwaj, used to be in touch with the Chief Minister. Of course, it was Sunita Kejriwal really who led that entire party during the Lok Sabha polls. She campaigned extensively across the country. She campaigned from Patna to parts of Punjab, Haryana, of course here in the national capital as well. What I am being told is that Sunita Kejriwal is also likely to be present in that press conference. So interesting optics certainly, but the task is cut out for Arvind Kejriwal. To enthuse the cadre of the party, to make sure that the party is back on its feet, given the fact that the party has really been beleaguered and fighting a survival battle here in the national capital. And secondly, of course, putting the focus really on governance, given the fact that all the ministries were in a sense concentrated to one person, and there have been charges of centralization within the government as well. So all of those tasks and challenges are important, and those will be in a sense be priority for Arvind Kejriwal. And as I said, he is expected to hit the ground running from tomorrow itself. He's going to address a press conference, go to the Hanuman Mandir, and then of course campaign in poll-bound Haryana. This remains our top focus on NDTV. For now, a short break.
Hello. I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views,
We bring you stories that matter.
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Welcome back. The big story we are tracking on NDTV. The Aam Aadmi Party's big show of strength in the national capital after Arvind Kejriwal walks free. He's walked out of Tihar Jail 6 months after he was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in the liquor policy case. So a huge relief there to the Aam Aadmi Party. And with this, the Aam Aadmi Party's top two, both Manish Sisodia and Arvind Kejriwal, are out of jail. So certainly the Aam Aadmi Party on the revival road, as it were. And there is a massive roadshow being held by the party from the Tihar Jail to the Chief Minister's residence in civil lines. There you can see truly unprecedented visuals from the national capital. Arvind Kejriwal waving at his supporters. In fact, he said that he will continue to fight the anti-national forces, as he described them. And this, of course, as the Supreme Court also came down heavily on the CBI, saying that this is a virtual incarceration of Arvind Kejriwal, who has been in jail for the past 6 months. Remember, after setback in the court, finally Arvind Kejriwal getting bail. In fact, earlier it was multiple setbacks from the Delhi High Court, then the Aam Aadmi Party appealing the order in the Supreme Court, and then finally the Supreme Court granting bail to Arvind Kejriwal. This has wide-ranging political ramifications, a big boost to the Aam Aadmi Party right in the middle of poll season, given the fact that Haryana elections are coming up, and also the Delhi Assembly elections next year, early next year is when they're expected to be held. Remember, what we're picking up from the Aam Aadmi Party is that he's set to hit the ground running right away. He's expected to address a press conference tomorrow as well. Before that, he's expected to visit the Rajghat, as really has been the convention with the Aam Aadmi Party. And after that, he's all set to visit Haryana as well. But let's try and listen in to what Arvind Kejriwal said after he walked out of jail.
जिंदगी में बहुत संघर्ष किया है, बहुत बड़े संघर्ष किए, जिंदगी में बहुत मुसीबतें झेली हैं, लेकिन हर कदम पे भगवान ने मेरे साथ दिया।
All right, so Arvind Kejriwal there leading that road show from the Tihar Jail to his residence. He's expected to meet, of course, his wife and his parents there at his residence. All top leaders, including Sanjay Singh, Manish Sisodia, of course, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann, will all be there at his residence. We'll continue to track the story very, very closely. But for now, a short break.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you.
Welcome back. The big story we are tracking on NDTV. Well, Arvind Kejriwal has walked out of Tihar Jail 6 months after he was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in the liquor policy case. He addressed his supporters. He said, I will continue to fight the anti-national forces. The Aam Aadmi Party has planned a big show of strength here in the national capital. Roadshow, of course, from the Tihar Jail to his residence, to the Chief Minister's residence in civil lines. All the top leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party, including Sanjay Singh, Manish Sisodia, also Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann, Delhi Minister Atishi, all present there. And that roadshow here in the national capital as well. A huge relief for the Aam Aadmi Party. With that, we'll slip into a short break now, but we'll be back soon on the top of the hour.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Vedant Agarwal. Coming up on the show this evening, well, our big focus story, Arvind Kejriwal has walked out of jail 6 months after he was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. He sent out a message of solidarity and emotional appeal certainly to his supporters. He said, I will continue to fight the anti-national forces. We'll get you all the latest on that. But first up, the headlines. Anticipatory bail for IAF officer accused of rape. The High Court, in an absolutely shocking remark, says that the arrest will tarnish the officer's reputation. The serving woman IAF officer lodged a rape FIR several days ago. Arvind Kejriwal walks free after the Supreme Court bail. The Delhi Chief Minister says we will continue to fight anti-national forces. The Aam Aadmi Party's big show of strength in Delhi after the bail of the Chief Minister. And Ford drives back to India. In fact, in the Delhi coaching centre deaths, meanwhile, 4 owners, the accused, have gotten bail. Well, the bail condition is deposit 5 crore rupees to the Red Cross Society, an unprecedented bail condition for the co-owners. Ford drives back to India. The Chennai plant to reopen. The Chennai plant to open for export manufacturing. Ford Motors says the move comes after talks with the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister. Well, this after Ford exited India operations back in 2021. And our lead story on Newsbreak this evening, well, an absolutely shocking remark from the High Court, which has now granted anticipatory bail to the IAF officer accused of rape. Remember, it was a woman wing commander, the wing commander who has now been given anticipatory bail. This after an IAF flying officer had accused the wing commander of rape, in fact, sexual harassment and also mental torture. Absolutely gory details there in the allegations. In fact, the Badgam police station had filed an FIR based on the allegations by the IAF flying officer. In fact, the High Court, while granting anticipatory bail to the wing commander, has also asked the police not to file a charge sheet in the case without the court's permission. They say that this could tarnish the officer's career and reputation. So absolutely shocking there, given the fact that there was so much outrage over this case. And in fact, NDTV had broken this story 2 days back. Let me go across to my colleague Nazir Masoodi, joining us from Srinagar. So Nazir, absolutely shocking there. The High Court saying that this could tarnish the officer's reputation. And what almost seems unprecedented is that the High Court has also asked the police not to file a charge sheet in the case.
Well, the wing commander who is accused of rape of a young officer, 26-year-old flying officer, he has been granted anticipatory bail, and the court has, in its bail order, has said that single bench of the High Court has said that arrest will tarnish his reputation and also the career as well. It has said that police, in the event of his, asked police that in the event of his arrest, that he should be given, bail as well. Court has also said that asked the prosecution that they should not be, you should not file the charge sheet without the permission of this court. So court has directly granted the bail, anticipatory bail, to the accused after he approached J&K High Court. Bail has been granted yesterday by the High Court, and on 8th of this month, on Sunday, Jammu and Kashmir police have filed an FIR based on a complaint of a flying officer that has senior officer, wing commander, allegedly raped her during this New Year celebration. She complained to the senior officers at the Air Force Base in Srinagar, which according to her, they tried to investigate, but shielded the accused, and she rather faced more harassment. And she's saying when she was left with no option, then she filed this complaint, police complaint at the police station, Badgaon, in which she has given graphic details what has happened to her on that fateful night, on the which was the New Year celebration when it was going on at Air Force Base in Srinagar, where all this incident has happened. So after almost 8 months, we see she has filed a police case after she said that she didn't get justice during the internal inquiry of the Air Force. Air Force has said that they will, cooperate with the, local police investigations. But we see now the accused wing commander has approached the Jammu and Kashmir High Court. High Court has given him the anticipatory bail. It is rather a rare case of such anticipatory bail, that too by High Court. And also High Court has directed the prosecution, directed this additional Advocate General of J&K government that the investigation or investigative officers should not file charge sheet without the permission of the High Court. However, court has asked investigation to continue, police to commit to investigation, and asked the accused to report for the, this investigation before the investigative officer on 14th of this month till 16th of this month, and whenever he is required for the investigation by the police.
Also, Nazir, very quickly, I mean, the court here, is it setting the right precedent by saying that, filing a charge sheet would, in a sense, damage his career and reputation, while, of course, the principle that somebody is innocent until proven guilty is sacrosanct, but these are very serious allegations. This was not a one-off incident as per the FIR. She was allegedly assaulted and raped repeatedly. So given the nature of the allegations, the High Court to say that the charge sheet will not be filed and the arrest will jeopardize his reputation, is it not setting the wrong precedent?
Well, it is, the legal experts may, say whatever actually the case may be, but we can only talk about what is the bail order and what was the complaint. There was a rape charge against the accused, and it is really unprecedented. Number one, there was not any application in the lower court for the bail, which in case that is rejected, then case goes to High Court. But in this case, we have seen it was directly, the accused directly approached the High Court, and High Court has granted bail to the accused, and they barred the prosecution from filing the charge sheet without the permission of High Court. High Court has said that his accused arrest will jeopardize his reputation and serves as well. So he has been given bail and asked police to release him on bail in case he is arrested in this case, but also asked police to continue investigation and he should submit before the investigative officer on tomorrow on the 14th till 16th and whenever he is required.
All right, Nazir Masoodi there reporting on the bail order. In fact, the High Court has said that, the investigation must continue, but an arrest or a charge sheet must not be. In fact, the court has said in an unprecedented order that a charge sheet must not be filed without the court's permission or approval. These were serious allegations made by an IAF flying officer against the wing commander. Moving now to the other big story we are tracking closely on NDTV. Arvind Kejriwal, the Delhi Chief Minister, has walked out of Tihar Jail 6 months after being arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in the liquor policy case. Remember, he is now out on bail on both the ED as well as the CBI cases. In fact, he addressed his supporters there immediately after coming out of Tihar Jail. He said, "We will continue to fight the anti-national forces," as he put it. This, as the Aam Aadmi Party has planned a major show of strength, a road show from the Tihar Jail to Arvind Kejriwal's residence in civil lines. Of course, that's going to be crucial given the fact that this comes right ahead of the polls in Haryana. Also, the Delhi Assembly elections likely to be held early next year. Remember, this also is important in the backdrop of the pitched battle against the Delhi Lieutenant Governor, given the fact that he is really on the offensive and he's really been cornering the Aam Aadmi Party on various issues. Arvind Kejriwal, who has had an incredible experience of working with the Lieutenant Governor in the past 1.5 years, of course, has his own way of dealing with him. But of course, important conditions that have been set by the Supreme Court as well. He cannot go to the CMO and he cannot go to the Delhi Secretariat. But right now, the Aam Aadmi Party milking it politically. Let's listen into what Arvind Kejriwal in fact had to say after he came out of jail.
केजरीवाल को जेल में डाल देंगे तो केजरीवाल के हौसले टूट जाएंगे। आज मैं आपको कहना चाहता हूँ, मैं जेल से बाहर आया हूँ, मेरे हौसले 100 गुना ज्यादा बढ़ गए हैं। मेरी ताकत 100 गुना ज्यादा बढ़ गई है। इनकी जेल की मोटी-मोटी दीवारें, इनकी जेल की सलाखें केजरीवाल के हौसले को कमजोर नहीं कर सकती। मैं भगवान से प्रार्थना करता हूँ, जैसे आज तक ऊपर वाले ने मेरे को रास्ता दिखाया, ऊपर वाले ने मेरे को ताकत दी, ऐसे ही भगवान मुझे रास्ता दिखाता रहे, मैं देश की सेवा करता रहूं। और ये जितनी राष्ट्र विरोधी ताकतें हैं, जो देश के विकास को रोक रही हैं, जो देश को बांटने का काम कर रही हैं, जो देश को अंदर से कमजोर करने का काम कर रही हैं, जिंदगी भर में इनके खिलाफ लड़ा हूं, आगे भी ऐसे ही लड़ता रहूंगा।
And my colleagues Aishwarya Jain and Sri Ram are now joining us. Aishwarya, going across to you first. So Arvind Kejriwal expected to arrive at the Chief Minister's residence in a short while, expected to meet Sunita Kejriwal, his parents there. What are you picking up from the Aam Aadmi Party? What I'm being told is that he's going to hit the ground running from tomorrow. He's going to address a press conference. He's also expected to go to the Rajghat and of course then campaign in Haryana with Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann.
Well, that's the plan that Aam Aadmi Party is suggesting too. As far as Arvind Kejriwal is concerned, tomorrow he would be visiting the Rajghat and also the Hanuman Temple, and that's the thing that we have seen as a schedule. Was when he was out on interim bail during the election campaign time when he was granted a bail. Certainly, he has left Tihar jail and he will be shortly reaching the Chandkira Makhada from where the roadshow is planned, but it's raining heavily in this part of the national capital, and therefore the reason perhaps the supporters out there you can see holding umbrellas and waiting for their Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal to arrive over here at 6 Civil Lines, and this is a mega roadshow that had been planned by by Arvind Kejriwal and also Aam Aadmi Party as well. But a fierce war of words is something that we have seen since morning, since the news came out from the Supreme Court as far as Arvind Kejriwal walking out of jail and what the pronouncement of judgment was. Bharatiya Janata Party lashing out at Aam Aadmi Party, stating that it is for the fourth time that the court has told that this arrest is legal and valid, while it should be Arvind Kejriwal who should resign from the post of Chief Minister on the moral grounds. On the other side, it is Aam Aadmi Party who had been claiming this as a big victory and a moral booster for supporters, quoting the judgment of the justice from the Supreme Court that CBI is termed as cage prison, and that's the line that the Aam Aadmi Party has taken as far as questioning the timing of his arrest by the CBI is concerned as well. That led to, remember, 22 months of jail period that was increased. Remember, it was Enforcement Directorate case when the top court had already given him bail. But certainly today is a big day. Large number of workers have already gathered over here at 6 civil lines where they are waiting for Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal to arrive. Raghav Chadda and other top leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party had already arrived over here at his residence to welcome Mr. Kejriwal. But on the other side, it is first he will be addressing from Chandkira Makhada, and from there a roadshow is planned. I mean, of the heavy rainfall that we are witnessing here in the national capital. But this rain had not let these workers' morale down. They are standing over here firmly with their umbrellas on and waiting for Chief Minister's glimpse to be seen. But on the other side, Sunita Kejriwal and the family members, Arvind Kejriwal's daughter, had already reached the Tihar prison. They welcomed Arvind Kejriwal over there, and there he said, remember, that he will continue to fight against the anti-India forces. And soon after that emotional speech that he gave, he left from Tihar prison, and shortly he will be reaching over here at 6 civil lines at his residence, where he will be again given a rousing welcome.
Right, Aishwarya, continue to be with us. Sriram is also joining us. Sriram, as you reported on those scenes that we saw outside Tihar Jail, absolutely unprecedented. In fact, this entire case has been unprecedented, given the fact that a sitting Chief Minister was arrested. Then, of course, after a long legal battle, finally the Supreme Court granting bail. But the task is cut out for Arvind Kejriwal. What I am being told, the strategy going forward as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, is that Arvind Kejriwal will campaign in Haryana and also enthuse the cadre, because as Manish Sisodia has also been doing, the undertaking that Padyatra across Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal is also expected to focus on, in a sense, consolidating the party cadre, not so much of the governance that has been intact even in his absence.
That's right. So actually the point that was made earlier as well about this being a morale booster for the Aam Aadmi Party is actually proven with that. He is actually, the Aam Aadmi Party as a whole are looking to hit the ground running once again with the Chief Minister out now. So, I mean, as I said before as well, there were crazy scenes outside on the streets here, outside Tihar Jail, when the supporters who turned up in numbers, even in this relentless rain, which of course the Delhi Chief Minister thanked in his address outside Tihar Jail. He did thank the people who turned up in hundreds, even in this relentless rain. And that is something that I think the Aam Aadmi Party as a strategy will be taking up. And of course, now that the entire contingent is headed towards the CM's residence in 6 civil lines, yes, and of course, as you had said before as well, Arvind Kejriwal has a plan of campaigning in Haryana with Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann. So that is also something that the Aam Aadmi Party has on its agenda going forward.
All right, Sriram, thanks very much for being with us. Aishwarya, going back to you, many have pointed out that Arvind Kejriwal will virtually, in a sense, cease to be the Chief Minister, because he has been bailed, but many have said he's been bound by the Supreme Court as well. Though no new conditions have been set, the same conditions that we saw in the ED matter, they continue to be there, but he cannot visit the CMO, he cannot go to the Delhi Secretariat, he cannot sign files. What does it really mean for governance here in the national capital? Because as we have seen in the past 6 months also, Arvind Kejriwal very intelligently handed over all his portfolios to his deputies, most of them with Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj. So governance hasn't really been hampered even in his absence.
Well, and sources in the Aam Aadmi Party told to us today that the legal team is finding the options whether to challenge these bail conditions in the top court or not. Of course, there are many legal eyes who are in the Arvind Kejriwal's team, and they had stated that they are going to challenge the bail conditions in the top court and will ask to mellow down these bail conditions because the governance has been affected. Atishi did a press conference. We asked that question, that how the governance will work from here on. She said that for the last 6 to 8 months, it was the Delhi citizens who had been affected of the basic rights because Chief Minister was not there, and now they are hoping that Arvind Kejriwal's presence will give and give back those facilities that they were not getting because of the tussle between the LG and the Delhi government as well. But as far as Kejriwal's priorities are concerned, from here on, what's next? It would be, of course, Haryana polls. He will be campaigning all across Haryana for their candidates, rallying all around, will be going along with their candidates to file the nominations. Apart from it, if we talk about the national capital, because elections are early next year, it would be first the Council of Ministers meeting of the Delhi government, and also we have been told that there will be a quick reshuffle in the Council of Ministers as well, because Manish Sisodiya, who had resigned earlier from his post, he had to be reinstated in the Council of Ministers. Atishi said that, of course, because he had not holded so many portfolios, so no major files comes to the Chief Minister's office. It has been distributed to earlier Manish Sisodiya, and now majorly it is with Atishi. So that work is still continuing, but there needs to be a reshuffle before the election that we can see in the upcoming few days as well. So those three would be the major priorities of Mr. Kejriwal. But of course, because Haryana polls are just round the corner, the major focus of Arvind Kejriwal would be to reinstate the morale of the cadres, because most of the leaders are now out on bail, and therefore the reason perhaps today these pictures clearly shows outside Kejriwal's residence. Since the time the news came out from the Supreme Court, they are here and waiting for just one glimpse of Mr. Kejriwal, and that's the thing that, of course, Aam Aadmi Party wanted to put on the ground.
All right, Aishwarya, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. And perhaps, as you rightly pointed out, Arvind Kejriwal's bail would also pave the way for some sort of reshuffle in the Council of Ministers. Manish Sisodiya likely to be re-inducted into the cabinet. And also, of course, Arvind Kejriwal's priorities will be consolidating the party cadre that really has been sort of beleaguered ever since he was arrested 6 months ago. But big news, Arvind Kejriwal has walked out of Tihar after his ED arrest. Moving now to our other big focus on NDTV, well, the Bengal rape and murder horror and the investigation now, of course, with the CBI, even as the outrage continues on the ground. Doctors up in arms. In fact, today we saw those massive left protests as well. But as far as the investigation is concerned, the CBI took the parents of the victim to the RG Medical College and Hospital. Remember, the CBI has made several arrests. In fact, the ex-principal of the RG Medical College and Hospital was also arrested, Sandeep Ghosh, who continues to be in the custody, in judicial custody, in fact. But a lot of questions to be answered both by the Bengal government as well as the CBI. No real headway made as far as the investigation is concerned, and the protests continue on the streets of Kolkata. Moving now to the latest alleged scam in the national capital. Well, there has been an allegation that there are irregularities in the purchase of DTC buses here in the national capital. These are buses that you may have seen on the roads of the national capital, and now a complaint has been registered against a former MD of DTC as well. But these allegations will now be probed. Remember, this was a 2020 case, a 2020 bus purchase. But listening to what Advocate Jujhar Singh actually told my colleague Ishika.
If you can explain to us what this entire case is about, because these are serious allegations.
This is a case about DTC bus scam. Actually, in the year 2020, a tender of 1,000 buses was floated. And what actually happened is, in that tender, some IAS officials and IPS officials who was the managing directors of DTC, they actually met with the L1 bidders, which is illegal. And what they have done is they have raised a demand of 50 crores, which was thereafter negotiated to 15 crores. And thereafter, the tender was given to that person, And when we made a complaint, when our client was made a complaint against them, then the tender got scrapped. And thereafter, when the said officials got the information that yes, something illegal has been done, and and the complaint was raised by my client, then they suddenly started threatening my client. And thereafter, we made the complaint to the Commissioner of Police and to the ACB, Anti-Corruption Bureau. And thereafter, we moved application, and we also went to the LG for taking the appropriate sanctions against these officials. But nothing was happening, so we went to the court under application under section 156(3). Thereafter, status report was called, action taken report was called.
So this is also my question, that now the matter has gone to the court.
Yes, it has gone
if
to
we
the
talk about the hearing so far, what are the directions that have now been given by the court, and what are the observations?
Actually, what happened is, on the last date of hearing, action taken report was called by the investigating officer. So the report was totally biased, favoring the accused persons. And what court has observed, that this is not the way. You were directed to investigate the matter, not to close the matter. What they have written in the status report, that no cognizance offence is made out and this case may be dismissed. So they were actually directing the court judge to dismiss the matter. So this was contested by us, and now the judge has actually called a report from DTC, from the concerned manager, that the tender process documents shall be called to the court on the next date of hearing. The next date is 18th of October.
So the court has sought a report, and the next hearing is on October the 18th. With that, we'll step into a short break now, but news continues on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
I don't ever know songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New Recently, the National Capital Region Transport Corporation, which is NCRTC, announced that the trial runs for the Rapid Rail Transit System, or RRTS, also known as Namo Bharat, in Delhi is slated to begin by November this year. Now, this comes as a welcome news for the National Capital Region and Delhi in particular, which is ranked 44th most congested city globally with an average travel time of over 21 minutes to cover just 10 kilometers in the capital. Now, NCRTC is spearheading this RRTS project with the aim to enhance connectivity and also lessen congestion across NCR. It is a collaborative effort between the Government of India and the states of Delhi, Haryana, Rajasthan and Uttar Pradesh, and of course is designed to make travel faster and smoother. On the urban agenda, we bring you the latest developments on the rapid rail transport system and ask how economical, sustainable and integrated is Namo Bharat. Here's a quick look at the progress made so far. The new Ashok Nagar Namo Bharat station in Delhi is nearing completion. It is expected that the trial run for about 12 km section from Sahibabad to New Ashok Nagar will start from November. Once operational, the system will enable seamless travel between Ashok Nagar and Meerut South RRTS station in about 35 to 40 minutes. Now, the RRTS stretch from Delhi or in Delhi includes the Sarai Kale Khan, New Ashok Nagar and Anand Vihar RRTS stations. The Delhi section is expected to be operational. So remember, trial runs in November but fully operational by mid-2025. If you recall, Prime Minister Narendra Modi had flagged off the first 17 kilometers of Namo Bharat rapid rail from Sahibabad to the High Depot in UP in October 2023. Since then, there's been progress. Namo Bharat train services are being operated on 9 stations over a 42-kilometer stretch from Sahibabad to Meerut South. Now, joining us on the show, Mr. Shalabh Goyal, MD of NCRTC, to give us more details. Sir, let me start by asking you, so this is a tentative deadline, operational by mid-2025, the Delhi segment, and are we on track with the original timeline, sir, as well?
Yes, ma'am. We are very much in line with the original timelines, and by June 25, we are going to commission the complete section right from Sarai Kale Khan to Modipuram, which would include the Delhi portion also, which means Anand Vihar station, New Ashok Nagar station, and the Sarai Kale Khan station.
So, what has been the ridership on the current operational 42-kilometer stretch of Namo Bharat from Sahibabad to Meerut and return?
You know, because there were concerns initially on the fare cost, 110 rupees for standard class and 220 for the premium class one way.
The ridership is constantly showing a increase, and once we get the complete connection right up to Sarai Kale Khan, then the ridership is definitely going to increase. But in spite of all that, the ridership has been increasing. And right now, like we opened this Modi Nagar to Meerut section quite recently, there was a jump of ridership by about, say, almost to the extent of 40-45%. So the ridership is somewhere around 20 to 23,000 right now. And on days, it has gone to even up to 30,000. But it is definitely showing a very steady rise. I can say that.
Well, the trains were expected to run daily from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. at a frequency of every 15 minutes. Are you running it at the frequency planned? And what is the actual time taken between these two stations? Are you able to maintain speeds of above 100 kilometers per hour? I know that RRTS can go up to 160 kilometers per hour.
Yes, ma'am, definitely. As planned earlier, we are running services from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. and they are running at a frequency of 15 minutes. And moreover, if you see the design speed of this rolling stock, it is 180 kmph and the operating speed is 160 kmph. The average speed comes to somewhere around 90-95 kmph. So, and we are able to, whatever we had conceived, we are going strictly as per that plan. And this Sarai Kale Khan to Modi Puram is 82 kilometers, sorry. So we are going to achieve it in 1 hour or so.
So the first RRTS corridor, Delhi, Ghaziabad, Meerut was sanctioned way back in March 2019, and that time the costs were roughly 30,250 to 74 crores. Have there been any cost overruns or budgetary adjustments made during the development of phase 1?
No, ma'am, not yet. Not so far. And more or less, we are in line.
Mr. Goyal, tell our audience on how rapid rail transport will integrate with the existing metro, e-buses or even regular buses and other public transport network in the NCR region to ensure seamless connectivity?
This is a very, very relevant, important question you've asked. And right from day one, when this NCRTC was conceived, one important aspect we had kept in mind was the multimodal integration. And that involved multimodal integration with Indian Railways, with the metro network, with the bus network, and the exact requirement what our commuters wanted. So a very, very sort of a seamless kind of a transportation system has been kept at all the interchange stations. For example, at Sarai Kale Khan, the Nizamuddin railway station is at a distance of, say, about 300 meters from our station. So we are building a FOB on which we are also providing a travelator. Normally, travelators we do not provide in the metro system. But in this RRTS system, we are providing travelators, which would mean that this 300 meters journey would be very, very convenient and easy for our commuters. So this kind of effort we are doing, and this kind of effort is not only at Sarai Kale Khan. Similarly, at almost all the stations which lie in Delhi area or in UP area, we are doing the same. To add to this, let me just the ticketing system we are also trying to integrate. For example, we have done a MOU with the IRCTC, which is doing ticketing system for Indian Railways. So this means that on the IRCTC website, one can book the NCRTC tickets as well, which means that if a passenger is coming from Varanasi to Delhi, he can book his ticket of Indian Railways from Varanasi to Nizamuddin, for example, and from Sarai Kale Khan to Modi Puram, that ticket can be booked of NCRTC as well from IRCTC website. Another thing is that we have done a MOU with the Delhi Metro, DMRC, which means from their app, our tickets, NCRTC tickets could be booked, and from NCRTC web app, DMRC tickets could be booked. So this kind of a complete system integration we are trying to do.
So we do know that NCRTC is planning to install 900 solar panels and rainwater harvesting systems at the new Ashok Nagar station in Delhi. Can you run us through the sustainability initiatives that have been taken so far on other stations? And I've read on the website that you actually are going to be carbon negative. That's the goal. So give us a flavor of that.
Ma'am, our immediate goal is to set up a 11 megawatt solar power system rooftop. Besides that, we are also going ahead with setting up a captive solar power plant. Lot of emphasis has been given on water recycling, on natural lighting, solar tubes. For example, our Duhai depot, where we maintain our train sets, we are providing solar tubes, which means we are saving on the electricity, and natural lighting system is being given a lot of emphasis. So these are some of the steps we are trying to do. And in our offices, we have provided automatic sensors for the occupancy so that when a person is not there, the lights are switched off. So there's a lot of emphasis on saving of electricity and reducing the carbon footprints. And moreover, the RRTS, by setting up of RRTS, it was estimated in DPR that about 1 lakh vehicles would go off the road. So that would be a great saving in terms of carbon dioxide emissions.
Mr. Goyal, when this plan was conceived under the NCR Planning Board, Rapid Metro was meant to run on the peripheries as a ring around NCR and take traffic away from Delhi. There are transport experts who say that, in the new avatar or the current format, it will really bring more people to Delhi. Therefore, the traffic on Delhi roads is not likely to come down. What are you expecting as tangible changes in traffic patterns post completion of phase 1?
Oh yes, most definitely. You see, once Modipuram gets connected to Delhi, so people, I foresee that people who are right now living in Delhi at very costly property prices, they would be moving towards Modipuram because they can come to Delhi in 1 hour or so. So why stay in a costly property area where the property price is so high in Delhi? Instead, the person would prefer to stay in Meerut or towards Modipuram or towards Ghaziabad. And the offices also, the commercial spaces, office rent also is very high in Delhi as compared to what is there in Modipuram or Meerut. So I expect that the big corporates also, they are going to move away from Delhi towards Ghaziabad and Meerut and Modipuram side. So congestion definitely is going to be reduced in Delhi. This is what I foresee, and as we had planned earlier.
Okay, now beyond phase 1, what is the long-term vision for Namo Bharat Rapid Rail, sir?
Ma'am, if you see the complete planning for the country, the metros are there for with the travel within the city, intra-city travel. The regional rail is normally, it's a spoke and hub model, which is going to serve the center, the hub, for around 100 kilometers around the radius of that hub. And beyond 100 kilometers, normally it would be Indian Railways. So the country is progressing on those lines only. And as I foresee that not only in NCR area, but in other parts of the country, the regional rails are going to definitely come up. And as far as NCR region is concerned, 2 more corridors are under consideration. And we are under deliberations with the ministry. And this is Delhi, Sarai Kale Khan, Dharuhera, and Alwar corridor. Another is Sarai Kale Khan to Panipat corridor. Then we have done a feasibility study for Ghaziabad, Jewar section. And we are also doing a pre-feasibility study for Gurugram, then this Faridabad, and connecting Noida. So several such things are in the offing, and definitely I am sure that the commuters and the citizens of the country are going to benefit with coming of regional rail systems.
Mr. Goyal, thank you very much for making time to speak with us.
Thank you so much.
Now, staying with clean green transportation, the cabinet this week has also approved the PM E-Drive scheme with an outlay of 10,900 crore rupees over the next 2 years. More on that when we return.
I don't care care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone.
For cities struggling with traffic and pollution, every move by the government to encourage clean mobility is a hugely welcome one. Now, Union Cabinet has this week approved the PM E-Drive scheme, allocating 10,900 crore rupees over 2 years to promote electric mobility in India and accelerate the adoption of EVs. Now, these subsidies will go towards encouraging the purchase of electric two-wheelers, three-wheelers, e-ambulances and e-trucks. The scheme has also allocated 2,000 crore rupees to install public charging stations. Now, not enough charging points has been the biggest worry for citizens wanting to switch to EVs. Let's welcome Sameer Jaiswal, founder of a young company, Charger, which has been working for the past several years to close this gap with an innovative EV charging management platform that focuses on setting up EV charging infrastructure with zero upfront cost, or so they say. Sameer, we know that's the biggest roadblock. People are worried about not having enough charging stations. Now, 2,000 crore has been dedicated under PME Drive. Tell me, how will you complement that effort?
Let me first start by complimenting government itself. The Prime Minister E-Drive scheme, we believe, is going to be a game changer in terms of transitioning to electric vehicles faster than ever before. And the investment commitment of 2,000 crores towards almost 70,000 public fast charging stations is a very significant investment that is going to, increase the presence of public charging stations and reduce the anxiety in the minds of people for adopting EVs due to lack of charging infra. Now, as a company which is focused on setting up public charging stations, especially focused on commercial fleets and public charging, we are going to take the vision and mission that the Prime Minister has given, and we are going to accelerate our deployment of charging stations even faster. And we are looking at deploying 10,000 charging stations in the next 12 months.
How many have you been able to deploy so far? And when you say that you can enable zero cost charging infrastructure, how do you do that?
So we work primarily with organizations. We work with, apartment associations, the RWAs. We work with builders. We work with offices, tech parks, and also commercial fleets. Now, commercial fleet segment is the fastest adopter of EVs. The economics are right there. The savings are right there for them, and it's environmentally beneficial. Government has been pushing very hard to the fleets to switch to EVs. And that's where we have seen that charging infra becomes a very big hurdle in their initial adoption because the capex that goes towards charging infra is very high. So suppose someone has to set up a park and charge facility for just 20 to 30 cars, the capital investment that goes towards it is almost 1 crore or more than that. So anyone who is trying to start a business, it becomes a very big hurdle if they have to switch to EVs. And hence we come in to the picture and we say that we'll take care of all the capital investment. We'll bring in our technical expertise in selecting the right charging infra, in deploying the right charging infra, and in making sure you don't have a single minute downtime so that you don't have a revenue loss. And we come in, we set it up, and we give it to them on a monthly operational model, on a monthly lease model, so that they just go ahead and focus on their operations, on deploying vehicles and doing the commercial operations in an efficient manner.
How do you recover your cost? Because if you're making the investment, initial investment, then how do you recover your costs?
So we sign long-term contracts with these partners, whether it is a fleet company or whether it is an office. We sign 5 years to 7 years contracts with them. And just like in the solar space, there are power purchase agreements of long term. Similarly, we sign long-term contracts with these organizations where they pay us on a monthly basis based on the electricity that they use on our charging stations. And I would like to highlight that we have been growing rapidly in terms of electricity utilization. Today, every month, we are seeing a utilization of 5 lakh units. That is 500 megawatt hours of electricity utilization is happening on the platform every month, majorly powered by fleets. We are able to power 25 lakh EV kilometers every month, which is a major milestone internally that we have been tracking.
What has been the receptiveness? Who's been most receptive? Is it the commercial fleets or the RWAs? Because the maximum hassle, Sameer, is in RWAs. We know, we covered this 2 weeks ago, and we've been getting people to tell us that RWAs are not allowing them to put up enough charging spots and stations, not allowing them to get their private one installed. So just give me a breakup of what has been easy and what has been harder for you to crack as a market.
So all the segments are, have their own nuances. So like you rightly pointed, and in the previous segment, there was a very informative discussion on the same. RWAs are, having their own concerns around how to, go about giving permissions for setting up charging stations. Because if they give permission to each and every resident to bring in wires from their meters to their parkings to set up charging stations, Ideally, that should happen, but it becomes a big fire hazard. And it's very difficult to maintain, and not everyone is going to set up the right quality of wiring. Not everyone is going to bring in high quality technicians to do that. And that is where, as Charger, we are coming in. What we say is, we'll come in, we'll take care of everything, whether you want a shared charging facility wherein, 3 to 5 chargers can be shared amongst all the residents, or whether you want an individual charging facility, we'll enable that. We'll take care of all the hassles of complying with the government rules. We'll take care of all the fire safety precautions, and our software ensures that everyone can have their individual charging stations while being connected to the common electricity connection, so that you don't have to pull wires from individual meters to individual parkings, thereby also escaping the fire safety issue. And then we have, load balancing systems, algorithms to make the charging efficient so that the costs are also lower for the resident.
All right, final question. There's also this competition that, people don't move their cars, I don't get the time. I believe you have an app on which you can actually check which one is free and then go to that location.
Yes, we have our mobile apps on both Android and iOS platform, where people can discover charging stations nearby. They can book the charging stations, and they can pay as well as turn on and off everything through the mobile apps. But
And these are
keeping in
not just
mind
your
that there are
charging stations, but they're also the other public charging infrastructure, or right now you only cover what you have put up through your app?
No, we cover other public charging stations. In fact, anyone setting up any charging station anywhere in India at any scale can actually list their charging station on our mobile app, and we drive significant traffic to their charging station so that they can start making money. And in fact, we are there in almost 400 geographies currently, with charging stations from multiple charging companies. But along with just the mobile app, we have kept in mind the issues that, non-tech savvy people face when dealing with technology. So we have given the option of charging on WhatsApp itself. So you never need to download our app. You just send us a hi on WhatsApp, and everything from discovering to booking to payment can be done on WhatsApp.
All
And we
right,
have seen
Sameer, I've run out of time, unfortunately, and I'm sure people have got enough information to actually go to Charger website or download the app or just get connected to you on WhatsApp. But it's a great service. All the best to you and more power to your team.
thanks a lot for inviting me to your show. It's a privilege.
So 2 big developments to drive clean mobility in India, and we're going to wrap out with that on the Urban Agenda. I'm Manisha Natarajan signing off. Thank you so much for joining me.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV. 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV. 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana.
Must dispel the notion of being a caged parrot. There is a bail condition. Kejriwal cannot go to office. The Indian Air Force officer accused of rape by a junior woman officer at the Srinagar Air Base, where both are serving, is granted anticipatory bail. The High Court says an arrest will tarnish the officer's reputation. A gang war in the heart of the national capital. A gym owner is shot dead in Greater Kailash. The Lawrence Bishnoi gang claims responsibility. 6 people are in custody. The shooter on the run. 2 consecutive successful launches of India's new vertical launch short-range surface-to-air missile, which will defend warships from enemy missile and drone attacks. We explain why this is a big deal. The CEO of the Entod pharma company, the company whose eye drops, which promised to improve vision for those who needed reading glasses, joins us on this program. Release of the eye drops has been banned by the regulator. The company says that they will go to court. After exiting operations in India in 2021 and shutting down its plant, Ford is back in the country. Their Chennai plant will reopen. Vehicles will be manufactured for export. The 4 owners of the coaching centre in which 3 students died in basement flooding get bail. They've been told to deposit 5 crores with the Red Cross. Record rainfall in the national capital region. When it rains, it inevitably ends up pouring in this part. cars float on streets in Gurgaon, massive waterlogging in Delhi, and of course, there is traffic jams like you cannot imagine. The Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has been released from Tihar Jail after having spent 6 months behind bars. He was granted bail earlier on in the day. Greeted by Aam Aadmi Party leaders and supporters in the rain, Mr. Kejriwal said that his morale hasn't been broken, it's only been strengthened. Earlier, the Supreme Court told the CBI that it needed to fight the perception that it was a caged parrot. For the moment, though, Arvind Kejriwal does not have court permission to return to work.
Walking free out of Delhi's Tihar Jail, the Chief Minister was welcomed with massive celebrations after 6 months in captivity without a trial.
इन लोगों को लगा कि केजरीवाल को जेल में डाल देंगे तो केजरीवाल के हौसले टूट जाएंगे। आज मैं आपको कहना चाहता हूं, मैं जेल से बाहर आया हूं, मेरे हौसले 100 गुना ज्यादा बढ़ गए हैं।
The Supreme Court today granted bail to the AAP leader, saying his prolonged stay amounts to unjust deprivation of liberty. Justice Ujjwal Buyan as well as Justice Surya Kant delivered separate verdicts, but both agreed that Arvind Kejriwal had to be set free since there seemed no likelihood of an immediate trial. The order said completion of trial unlikely in the near future, continued incarceration infringes on legal principles, no likelihood of evidence tampering by the appellant, citizen cannot be made to run from pillar to post, courts at all levels must ensure trial does not become punishment. The two differed mainly on the legality of the Chief Minister's arrest by the CBI. Justice Ujjwal Buyan said belated arrest of the appellant by the CBI is unjustified. Failed to understand the hurry to arrest by CBI, the perception matters in a democracy governed by law, imperative that the CBI dispels notion of being a caged parrot. Justice Surya Kant differed, saying no illegality in the arrest of Kejriwal by CBI, no merit in the contention that CBI failed to comply with the Criminal Procedure Code mandate. The bail conditions for Arvind Kejriwal stipulate the Chief Minister cannot go to his office in the Secretariat, he cannot sign any files except those that have to be cleared by the Lieutenant Governor, and a bail bond of 10 lakh of rupees. Soon after the top court's verdict in the morning, there were celebrations and a sense of vindication at the AAP offices and at Kejriwal's house.
भाजपा के मंसूबों पे पानी फिर गया। वो लोग के नेताओं को जेल में डाल के सत्ता में बने रहना चाहते हैं, उनका मकसद ही ये है।
सच्चाई की जीत हुई है, हम बहुत खुश हैं। आने वाले समय में इससे और सच्चाई के लिए लड़ने वालों को ताकत मिलेगी। बात सिर्फ केजरीवाल जी की नहीं है, जो भी आदमी सच्चाई के लिए लड़ रहा है उसको ताकत मिलेगी।
कट्टर बेईमान अरविंद केजरीवाल को कंडीशनल बेल मिली है।
The BJP has hit out, saying bail did not prove the Chief Minister's innocence.
एक बार फिर सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने आज चाहे बेल दी हुई, लेकिन क्योंकि उन्होंने ये पाया है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी लिप्त हैं इस शराब घोटाले में, इसीलिए उनको ना तो सीएम के ऑफिस जाने के योग्य समझा गया है, ना किसी फाइल पे साइन करने के योग्य समझा गया है।
माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने कट्टर बेईमान पापी आपके कन्वीनर अरविंद केजरीवाल को फिर से आईना दिखाया है, और ये जो आदेश पारित हुआ है, भ्रष्टाचारी कट्टर बेईमान अरविंद केजरीवाल को कंडीशनल बेल मिली है। और ये कहना गलत नहीं होगा, जेल वाला सीएम अब बेल वाला सीएम हो गया है।
With the three main players of the alleged liquor scam, Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia and K. Kavita, now out, what does it mean for the probe?
Kejriwal's immediate priorities would be Haryana polls, a meeting with Delhi cabinet, and to reorganize the Delhi's councils of ministers to include former Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. Aam Aadmi Party is said to be taking legal opinion on whether or not Arvind Kejriwal can meet officials at home if he is not allowed to go to the Delhi Secretariat.
Kejriwal's immediate priorities now would be Haryana polls, a meeting of the Delhi cabinet, and the reorganization of the Delhi's Council of Ministers to include former Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia.
There is nothing known as a half Chief Minister. There is nothing known as a quarter Chief Minister. He is the Chief Minister. No power except the elected government or a 356 can change that status. And therefore, to suggest that in a bail matter, a condition which inhibits him from functioning as Chief Minister would be a constitutional cannot. He is entitled to deal with and sign all files. Only the files relating to this case do not.
With Kejriwal now being released, the focus now shifts to the politics. Not only will the AAP Supremo take on the BJP, the big question is the relationship between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress. There are elections in Haryana and then, of course, in Delhi. Will the India alliance continue, and how do they perceive of fighting together? With camera person Rakesh Male, Sunil Prabhu, NDTV.
An Indian Air Force wing commander booked for rape after allegations by a serving woman officer at the Srinagar Air Base, where they have both served, has been granted anticipatory bail. The Jammu and Kashmir High Court has ruled that an arrest will jeopardize his reputation and career, and that an investigation can continue. The woman officer in her FIR had alleged that she was forced into oral sex by the wing commander and was denied justice through a systemic cover-up by Air Force authorities. My colleague Nazir Masoodi joins us now for more on this. Nazir, what else has the order of the Jammu and Kashmir High Court said?
Well, it is a very rare order in a sense that an anticipatory bail has been granted in case of rape charges against an officer who is accused of raping his subordinate wing, fly officer at Srinagar Air Force Base. This incident dates back to the, New Year celebrations on the 31st December and 1st January intervening night, when the officers were celebrating New Year at Srinagar Air Base, and then the 26-year-old flying officer, she alleged that she was sexually assaulted by a wing commander. She complained about that, but she said instead of giving her justice, there was a cover-up. She finally filed a complaint before the Jammu and Kashmir police, and on 8th of this month, Jammu and Kashmir police filed an FIR against wing commander under rape charges. But the accused officer moved to Jammu and Kashmir High Court, and Jammu and Kashmir's High Court single bench has ordered an anticipatory bail for the accused officer. But the order has said that the arrest of wing commander will jeopardize his reputation as well as service career. The court has also directed police not to file charge sheet in this case without the permission of the High Court. So it's not just an anticipatory bail for the accused officer, but also police have been barred from filing charge sheet without permission of High Court. However, the High Court has said that the investigation will continue, and the accused officer has to cooperate with the investigating officer. He has to submit himself for the investigation tomorrow until 16th of this month, and whenever he is required for the investigation. But it is the rarest of rare case where in such a heinous charge, anticipatory bail has been given, and the court has said that as the petitioner who is serving in the wing commander in the Air Force Station, Srinagar, and in case of his arrest, his reputation as well as service shall be jeopardized. It has also said that in the event of his arrest, he should be given bail. This is a clear-cut
We'll leave it
order.
over there. It is, as you point out, an important order of the Jammu and Kashmir High Court. Some questions will be asked, but it is in order. We'll have to see where this investigation goes. Thanks very much for joining us with that. A gang war now in the heart of the national capital is our next story. A gym owner is shot dead in Greater Kailash. The Lawrence Bishnoi gang claims responsibility. 6 people are in custody. The shooter on the run.
A shocking gang war murder on camera in the heart of the national capital. A 35-year-old gym owner shot out in the open in public view in South Delhi's upmarket Greater Kailash 1 on Thursday night. In the video, gym owner Nadir Shah of Afghan origin is seen talking to another man. At 10:40 p.m., a man wearing a checkered shirt approaches the two men and begins firing. When Shah's companion ducks, the attacker keeps firing at the gym owner. Shah was rushed to a hospital where he was declared dead.
In a video, the gym owner identified as Nadir Shah, an Afghan origin man who lived in CR Park, is seen talking to another man while standing next to a couple of parked cars. At 10:40 p.m., a man wearing a checkered shirt approaches the two and begins firing while one of the men ducks and runs away. The attacker keeps firing at Mr. Shah. You can clearly see the bullet marks that can be seen here outside the wall of the gym.
Rohit Godara, a close aide of Goldie Brar of the Lawrence Bishnoi gang, has taken responsibility for the murder in a social media post. NDTV cannot confirm the authenticity of the post.
मौके मालूम चला कि जीके के ई ब्लॉक में फायरिंग हुई है। एक नादिर शाह नाम का व्यक्ति है जिसको कुछ गोलियां लगी हैं, उसको यहाँ से मैक्स आउट ले आया गया है। ये नादिर शाह यहाँ पे जिम चलाता है पार्टनरशिप में। इसके आगे बाकी तफ्तीश कर रहे हैं।
सर कितने राउंड गोली चले हैं और कितने बजे की कॉल है?
लगभग 7-8 राउंड गोली चली हैं, अभी मालूम चला है।
Nadir Shah owned a business in Dubai and was facing several criminal charges. Sources say he was a police informer who knew senior Delhi police officers.
New revelations have been made in the Nadir Shah's murder case. The Delhi police have detained 6 people. 2 of them were at the murder spot during the night on which the guns were fired. Also, Hashim Baba, a notorious gangster who is right now lodged inside Tihar Jail, is said to be involved in this whole murder case. The investigations are still going on. The main culprit who fired the gun is still on the run and the Delhi police is still investigating about this whole case. With camera person Arun Negi, this is Anushka Garg for NDTV.
A new made-in-India surface-to-air missile which will defend India's warships from drone and missile attacks has been tested successfully twice in as many days. The missile, which doesn't have a name yet, is referred to as the Vertical Launch Short-Range Surface-to-Air Missile. Why is it important? Let me try and bring you a few details. Well, this is the video of the VLSR SAM, as you can see over there. It is being flight tested off the coast of Odisha in this video. Let's play that video out one more time so that you can see it. It's a quick reaction missile. It all happens very, very fast indeed. Now, the missile has been tested successfully on 2 occasions in the last 2 days. It's intercepted a high-speed aerial target flying at very low altitude. So let's change to the graphics if we can. And the next point there is that the missile has been launched from a vertical launch unit, with each unit carrying 8 missiles. So that's in fact what we've highlighted over there. That's the vertical launcher, and you know this is going to be installed on Indian Navy warships. Each vertical launch unit has 8 missiles, and 2 vertical launch units, or 16 missiles in total, would be fielded by several Indian Navy warships, including, it is believed, the Komorta class corvettes, Project 28 as it's known. These are anti-submarine corvettes of the Indian Navy, very, very advanced, but they don't have any surface-to-air missiles. It's perhaps over here and on the other side that you would see this particular missile system installed. The VLSR SAM, the VLSR SAM, is designed to intercept incoming supersonic missiles and drones, thereby defending our warships from attacks. Well, we're going to move on now to something completely different, and taking serious note of the Mumbai-based Entod Pharmaceuticals' claim that it can help reduce dependency on reading glasses or those suffering from presbyopia. The Drugs Controller General of India has suspended permission given to the company to manufacture their new eye drop Pressview. The DCGI, that's the drug controller, said that the company made claims for the product for which it had not obtained approval from the Central Licensing Authority, violating provisions under the New Drugs and Clinic Trial Rules 2019. The company, though, says that its product is safe and that they intend to perhaps go to court. Joining us now, Nikhil Mansurkar, the CEO of N-Toad Pharma. Nikhil, thank you very much for being with us. I think first up, the basic question which people want to know, is the eye drop safe?
Firstly, thank you so much for having me on your channel. So this eye drop called PressView was given approval by the DCGI for the treatment of presbyopia in adults. And this happened following a detailed phase 3 clinical trial in India, which demonstrated its safety and efficacy. It's only thereafter that we got the approval for this, and we then made the announcement to the media about this eye drop. Just to kind of elaborate more, we started, working on this in 2019 after many eye doctors requested us to start working on a molecule of this sort. And the entire application process with the DCGI took 958 days, or approximately 2.63 years. During this time, we have had 4 SEC meetings, so SEC being the Select Expert Committee of Ophthalmologists. We've had 4 such reviews, and only after satisfying all the requirements, we finally received the final permission of this eye drop for the treatment of presbyopia in adults.
Right. But the problem appears to be that the drug controller seems to believe that you have made claims about what the drug does, which do not reflect what it is designed to do, which is why permission has been withdrawn. How would you respond to this basic charge?
See, firstly, we have a lot of respect for the drug controller and his office. I've, in many panel discussions, whether in India or abroad, I've always stood for our drug regulatory processes that are there in terms of approving new drugs.
That's fine, but how do you respond to this specific allegation?
So we have not made any unethical or false presentation of facts to the media. We have talked about this being a therapeutic option in presbyopia. Now what happens is that the lay person doesn't quite know what presbyopia is. So we have tried to explain what that is in the press conference. A lot of this has then led to the media hype and the sensationalization in the media, which has then caused, some kind of a misunderstanding between us and the drug controller. So this was the root cause of the problem. I perfectly understand the DCGI's decision to suspend this. The only issue was that before a suspension was issued, we were not invited for any kind of
no, but the basic question which people want to know is, if you use this eye drop, does it improve your ability to read without reading glasses?
So the phase 3 clinical trial data we had shows that without the without using glasses, this can improve vision. That is what is claimed.
Then why does the drug controller have a problem?
The drug controller had a problem mainly because of the fact that there was a misunderstanding by the media reports. It's the media reports and the twisting of some of the facts in the media that kind of led to the drug controller being alarmed. Also, because it went into the public domain in such a massive way, which we didn't intend to, the drug controller was concerned about the misuse of this drug at an OTC level.
Right.
In all our communication, we have clearly
Mm-hmm.
mentioned that this is a prescription-only medicine and can only be dispensed against the prescription of an eye doctor.
So you're going to challenge this now in court?
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
New day, new show, a new experience.
And if something like this happens, the entire sector will be discouraged.
All
I'll
right,
give you an
Nikhil.
example.
Fair enough. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing those views. Let's see what finally emerges. We're going to quickly move on now to some other news. And the automotive giant Ford Motors has announced that it's going to be resuming operations in Tamil Nadu. The American automaker says it did a letter of intent to the Tamil Nadu government. The development signals a positive turnaround after a brief hiatus. Ford had ceased sales in India in 2021. It halted exports from India in 2022. This development comes as web news.
At the moment, it's not clear whether Ford will supply or make a re-entry to supply cars for the Indian local market. That's something we'll have to wait for their next announcement. Because at the moment, the statement by Ford says they are trying to repurpose this particular Chennai plant, focusing on their export global markets. But certainly it's a big news for Tamil Nadu, because in India, Tamil Nadu is being seen as the Detroit of Asia. And in that sense, it is a shot in the arm for the efforts of the Tamil Nadu government to continue their pursuit with Ford to explore possibilities to reopen this plant. And the sources in the industries ministry say the talks to reopen this plant with Ford's US leadership began as early as 2023. There were 2 in-person meetings in the US by Tamil Nadu Industries Minister T.R.B. Raja, highlighting how Tamil Nadu is even further developing as a hub for automotive sector, particularly in the space of EV after the exit by Ford. And Ford had sought 6 months' time, and the meeting last week between Chief Minister M.K. Stalin and the Ford's leadership in the US, they say, was a deal clincher, with Stalin assuring all support by the Tamil Nadu government in terms of Ford's reintegration. And Ford, in the statement, has also said it will have at least 3,000 more jobs created with its reopening in Tamil Nadu. Already it has around 12,000. But your question whether this will pave way for Ford cars in the Indian market, that's a big question, because Ford decided to exit India only because of less patronage for its models, and then it focused on exports from India. So that's something we'll have to wait and watch, but certainly a shot in the arm for India, a shot in the arm for the efforts of Tamil Nadu government, particularly to reopen this in Chennai.
The Delhi High Court has granted interim bail to 4 co-owners of a basement linked to the tragic deaths of 3 IAS aspirants in old Rajinder Nagar. The bail will be in effect until the 30th of January 2025. The court has requested the Delhi LG, Lieutenant Governor, to form a committee which will operate under the supervision of a retired High Court judge to ensure that no coaching centres are run in basements across the national capital. And finally, very, very heavy rainfall in the national capital following an orange alert. Familiar scenes, cars floating on water in some parts of the NCR. Remember, Gurgaon, very, very badly impacted as well. Drains blocked or overflowing, major traffic snarls as well. And the rain has not quite ended. We'll have to see what the weather situation is. But even now, traffic continues to be a nightmare in parts of the national capital. We'll leave it there. From all of us, good night.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching The Last Word. I am Vedant Agarwal. Our special focus on the show this evening. From the streets of the national capital to the courts of Delhi, it has been a long battle between the Aam Aadmi Party and the central agencies. 6 months after the unprecedented arrest of the Delhi Chief Minister, a first for a sitting Chief Minister, Arvind Kejriwal has walked free after a strongly worded order from the Supreme Court. While there was consensus on his bail, the two judges differed on the legality of the CBI arrest. While Justice Bhuyan called the CBI a caged parrot and the trial a travesty of justice, Justice Suryakant said the arrest was legal but emphasized the fact that bail is the rule. The bail order, right in the middle of peak poll season, has wide-ranging political ramifications. The task is cut out for the bailed Aam Aadmi Party brass, consolidating the beleaguered cadre and putting the Aam Aadmi Party house back in order. On The Last Word tonight, we ask, with the Chief Minister set free, is CBI still the caged parrot? Before I bring in my guests, listen to what Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal had to say after he walked free.
इन लोगों को लगा कि केजरीवाल को जेल में डाल देंगे तो केजरीवाल के हौसले टूट जाएंगे। आज मैं आपको कहना चाहता हूँ, मैं जेल से बाहर आया हूँ, मेरे हौसले 100 गुना ज्यादा बढ़ गए हैं। मेरी ताकत 100 गुना ज्यादा बढ़ गई है। इनकी जेल की मोटी-मोटी दीवारें, इनकी जेल की सलाखें केजरीवाल के हौसले को कमजोर नहीं
And joining me on the show this evening, our big newsmaker on the last word, Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi, Senior Advocate of the Supreme Court, of course, Arvind Kejriwal's counsel. Dr. Singhvi, thanks very much for being with us. You really have been, at the forefront of this protracted legal battle. Before I get to the details of the bail order, let me ask you right at the outset, how difficult has this case been? Because of course, we have seen in the past couple of years particularly, getting bail in a PMLA case is anyway extremely difficult. And then when Arvind Kejriwal got bail in the ED case, you had the CBI arresting him. So how difficult has this case been? What have been some of the most difficult challenges for you, representing the Chief Minister of the National Capital, the sitting Chief Minister first in history, a sitting Chief Minister being arrested?
Well, I think in a sense you hit the nail on the head. All such cases are difficult because not only are they in special statutes, not this one, but all the earlier ones, but also because they are the cynosure of political intersection of politics and law. And that cynosure of eyes, the screaming media, and the general political overtones have an effect, I think, on the entire atmospherics and the ambience. So they are difficult cases. But this one is bizarrely difficult. And let me tell you why I say that. I don't know of any case, certainly not any I have done, and very few others would have done, where I have got for you 3, not 2, not 1, 3 release orders under a statute which makes it very difficult to release you, puts a special bar, has section 45, etc., etc. I get you those release orders. The CBI has issued an FIR against you in 22. It has interrogated you for 9 hours in 23. And 2 years later, 22 months to be precise, when I have got 2 release orders under PMLA and one comes later on the 12th of July, in between that, at the end of June, CBI comes and arrests you. Now that's why I am the first one to use the phrase insurance arrest in late June 2024 when this happened.
Yes.
Now, the judge today, one of the 2 learned judges, has used the word frustrate possible release. And I think the sentiment is the same. I don't think CBI should leave the path of some decent amount of objectivity when you have got from a much more difficult statute on the same cause of action, on the same predicate offense, on the same offense, bail or release orders. I think it was very unfortunate in this case. And clearly to my mind, I keep my law and my politics apart, but clearly to my mind, a political move to take this action against him at that belated stage should never have been done.
Right. In fact, if you go through the order, the essence is certainly something that the Supreme Court has reiterated time and again, that bail is the rule and jail the exception. But there was this sort of difference of opinion on whether the arrest was legal. Now that, of course, is something, it was a difference of opinion between 2 judges. But in your opinion, as Arvind Kejriwal's lawyer, do you see this trial as a travesty of justice? Because that's an important point. That's something that the Supreme Court said even in Manish Sisodia's bail, that the trial and the investigation has been a travesty of justice. Would you agree with that, and why so?
If you talk of the trial, the same facts and the same context applies to Arvind Kejriwal as does to Sisodia. The court in this order today has not dealt with the details, but the facts are the same. And both judges have unanimously concurred in bail. And one of the reasons both have given is the inordinate potential delay of an ongoing trial, which, by the way, has not yet started. The word trial itself is wrong because trial has not started. You are in most of these cases with hundreds of witnesses, 80,000, 90,000 digital documents, thousands of other non-digital documents. You are at the stage of the accused being given inspection of the documents under the provisions. So, and both judges have observed today, of course, in the Manish Sisodia case, which I did, the courts have observed in great detail the delay. Now, that links to a much larger and a more important issue, which is a great advance in the law in these cases. And I am privileged to have been able to assist. That is that ultimately in PMLA, which is a much worse statute than CBI's action, it's only a statutory provision which denies you, isn't it? The statutory provision denies you, or supposedly partially denies you. But they said when there is delay, there's a higher provision to that, the article of the Constitution, which says delay defeats your rights as a criminal accused. And therefore, we will hold, and that's been held now in Saudi and other cases.
And ultimately, as the Supreme Court has also pointed out, it undermines the right to liberty. It undermines the right to liberty, and bail is sacrosanct. But Dr. Singhvi, if you look at the order, some of the conditions that have been imposed by the Supreme Court, though there has been no new condition, there are similar conditions to the ED matter. But would you say that this, in a sense, would curtail the Chief Minister from virtually being a Chief Minister, a functional Chief Minister, given the fact that there is limited authority, limited access to the Chief Minister's office?
Well, that's what political opponents like to do. That's what obviously people who cannot remove an elected chief minister would like to say. But people are forgetting one other basic point. As you said, this is nothing but a continuance of an earlier order of 12th of July. There's not a comma full stop change. But what people forget is that Kejriwal has never held any portfolio. So in any case, he does not sign any files except one category. That only category where he's obliged to sign files are those which will not go from the office of the government to the LG.
Right.
Now that category is specifically permitted by the Supreme Court order. He can sign and should sign those files. So in that sense, governance being affected is an overstated thing. It's a political hype. And now that he's physically free, governance cannot possibly be affected because his ministers are there as far as file signing is concerned. Those files which go through him and must go through him, he's entitled to under the same order. So this is, I think, an overhype because ultimately you must remember that crimes cannot be basis unless proved.
Absolutely.
To be removing you from elected office.
Right.
The elected has to remove you.
That's a fair point, I think. And Dr. Singhvi, the details aside, certainly a huge victory for you and, of course, the Chief Minister. Thanks very much for being with us and giving us your sense of the order. I'm also being joined by Akshay Marathe, National Spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party. In fact, he will be joining us in a short while from now. Also, Colin Gonsalves, Senior Advocate of the Supreme Court. Charu Pragya, National Spokesperson of the BJP, is also with us. And Deshratan Nigam, Senior Advocate of the Supreme Court. Thanks all very much for being with us. Charu, going across to you first, your first response. I mean, the politics of it aside, would you not concede that, this is some sort of a shot in the arm for the Aam Aadmi Party? You had both the judges, even though there was a difference of opinion, both the judges saying that, bail was long overdue. In essence, that was the argument. And, this release coming right ahead of the Haryana polls, assembly elections early next year, it is certainly a boost for the Aam Aadmi Party. And now, effectively, the entire Aam Aadmi Party brass is out of jail. Does that make you nervous?
Not at all. Good evening. The bail was always up to the learned lords of the judiciary, and up till now, they are the ones who saw it fit to not grant bail. So let's not take away from that. Also, a highly conditional bail is in no way an acquittal, and I don't know why Aam Aadmi Party is treating it as such. They should be cautious at best. And the conditions of the bail are such, and I was just listening to Mr. Singhvi also, the conditions of the bail are such that the Chief Minister is not really acting as a Chief Minister anymore. He's unable to go to office. He can't sign any files. He can't even go to the Delhi Secretariat. But according to Mr. Singhvi, that is nothing new. So that makes me question, what is he doing as the Chief Minister of Delhi if neither now nor earlier he was ever taking responsibility and onus of anything that went on in Delhi?
But Charu, the point here is that governance wasn't really hampered even in his absence. Governance wasn't really hampered even in his absence because he doesn't hold a portfolio. He's a Chief Minister without portfolio. But politically speaking, now of course his focus will be enthusing the cadre. So politically speaking, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, let me finish. So, yes, you're right. He didn't hold any portfolio. So what does that mean? That means he enjoyed the powers and the title without any responsibility. And these responsibilities, which he did hold in the past, like for the Delhi Jal Board, he used them to sink the department into the ground. Nobody else has been able to salvage it since. So today, it makes me wonder, why are the people of Delhi being held to ransom for a political party which won Delhi elections with a thumping majority, 62 MLAs out of 70? Can they not find someone to replace the CM if the current one has been behind bars for over 160 days?
So those are larger points you're making, but the point you made about the Chief Minister not being able to function as a Chief Minister. Let me get Akshay Marathe. I'll come back to you, Charu.
Can I just repeat?
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to answer your point about infusing energy into the cadres of the Aam Aadmi Party. So Arvind Kejriwal was also out on an interim bail during the 24 general elections. We saw that he was here.
Yes.
He was trying to infuse his cadre with new energy, but we saw the result of that. Aam Aadmi Party lost all 7 seats in Delhi. In fact, got into more scandals. The Swati Maliwal controversy happened at that point of time. Controversial statements were made.
Point
so
taken.
they lost instead of gaining.
Point taken. Akshay Marathi, a quick response to what Charu Pragya is saying about the Chief Minister perhaps not being able to really function as a Chief Minister because he has limited authority, he has no access to the CMO or the Secretariat. In fact, the order also mentioned that he would not be able to sign on a document without the LG's approval. So will he, in a sense, effectively cease to be the Chief Minister despite being on bail?
Vedant, I will come to that technicality in just a bit, but let's look at the big picture of what has happened today.
Sure.
The big picture is that the two investigative authorities, the CBI and the Enforcement Directorate, who both together controlled directly by the Bharatiya Janata Party government, tried to entrap Mr. Arvind Kejriwal and the other leaders of Aam Aadmi Party in fake cases and tried to keep them in jail away from their public duties, away from their public campaigning duties before elections, have been exposed thoroughly by the Supreme Court. I want to read out the relevant sections of the Supreme Court's order today, Vedant, because it's very important. The Supreme Court has specifically used the word caged parrot in the para 32 and para 33, where it says, like Caesar's wife, an investigating agency must be above board. Not so long ago, this court has castigated the CBI, comparing it to a caged parrot. It is imperative that the CBI dispel this notion of it being a caged parrot. So the question is, if the CBI is a caged parrot, as the Supreme Court has called it today, who has caged this parrot? It is the BJP who has caged this parrot. It is the BJP on whose specific direction Arvind Kejriwal ji was arrested from custody in Tihar Jail. Let me just go back in time. Mr. Kejriwal was in Tihar Jail under the ED's custody, and before he got bail, just one day before he got bail, the CBI suddenly decided to arrest Mr. Kejriwal. Today, the Supreme Court is also...
question. Charu Pragya has a point, but Charu, let me quickly take opening remarks from everyone. Deshratan Nigam is also with us.
But Akshay is making some factual errors in his statements
I'll come
on
to you,
your
Charu.
show.
Let me take opening remarks from everybody. Deshratan Nigam, your remarks on what the court said about the CBI, because the court said that it's not just about the technicality, but it's also about the perception of fairness when it comes to our central agencies, our investigating agencies. Those are sacrosanct when it comes to a democracy. So, has that image being tarnished with this caged parrot remark haunting the CBI again? I mean, it was not so long ago when the Supreme Court used that reference. In fact, various courts have used that reference for the CBI.
Well, Vedant, let me tell you, in 2013, the CBI was called a caged parrot, and subsequently the amendments took place, and the 3-member committee consisting of the Prime Minister, Chief Justice of India, and Leader of Opposition decided to appoint the Director of the CBI. That caged parrot effect was taken away from CBI so far as appointment and administrative control is concerned. Therefore, a kind of an independent, autonomous institution came into existence after that. So I think the observations of the Supreme Court was uncalled for. They should have confined this case, and rather than making an issue of perception is a very subjective and political thing. Perception is a kind of a thing.
See, what the Supreme Court has said was in the larger context. So, I mean, let's not undermine that, because what the Supreme Court said was that perception is also important when it comes to our investigating agencies, and not just technicalities.
Let me answer, Vedant. Supreme Court works within the strict boundaries of the existing laws, and perception is not part of that law. So this is beyond law. So perception will vary from person to person. I think there I don't agree with the Supreme Court, and calling it a caged parrot is something. I think that subsequent amendment had taken care of it. And so far as this aspect is concerned, bail does not mean a person cannot go to jail in future. So therefore, this is not an acquittal, and celebration may be fine. It may be a political thing, and the Aam Aadmi members are entitled to celebrate. I mean, you can't take away that right from them. And however, one important aspect is, if he cannot sign it, Is there a bar that he cannot look into those files
Right.
and orally guide the people? So these are very important questions that need to be answered. Remember last time when he was released on interim bail, Supreme Court had said that please, you are not allowed to comment on the merits of the case, and he did so in the rallies. He said about the merits of the case, trying to prove his innocence. Will he again violate all those conditions?
So again, those conditions are extremely stringent. I take your point. But Colin Gonsalves, weigh in on this entire debate around delay in such cases, in high-profile cases. The sort of trials and investigations going on endlessly. In this particular case, we saw the CBI and the Enforcement Directorate both had filed their charge sheets, so the investigation, in a sense, was complete. But this idea of bail being sacrosanct, bail has to be given, bail is the rule. This is something that the Supreme Court has reiterated time and again in various cases. So, why this delay as far as our, investigations are concerned, particularly in high-profile cases?
Yes, if you read the judgment of Justice Blair, you will see that all the allegations that Arvind Kejriwal made against the CBI have been substantiated and accepted. First and most important, that he was the victim of targeted harassment. Can you imagine such a serious allegation against CBI? Second, that the arrest was neither necessary nor justified.
And again, a caveat there that this was a differing judgment in the sense that Justice Surikant differed from that opinion. So that's one aspect of the judgment. But sure, go ahead.
No, correct. But the order is the order of a judge of the Supreme Court. It has a very serious implication, namely that it is illegal because it was not necessary and it was not justified. 22 months the CBI doesn't arrest him. The moment the ED releases him on bail, he gets arrested. So neither necessary nor justified. Tampering with evidence. The judge says the evidence is all documentary. It's not the evidence of witnesses who can be coerced to change their statement at some time, and therefore tampering charge goes. Then it says the snakes and ladders approach of the High Court, where the High Court had the matter in the High Court. The High Court and the Sessions Court have dual jurisdiction, and wasted time in sending it matter back to the Sessions Court to go through that up and down,
in fact, that game of snakes and ladders point was something that the Supreme Court said in the Manish Sisodia case as well. But Charu Pragya, you had a point. Go ahead.
And two things more.
Yes, I'll come back to Mr. Gonsalves. Charu, go ahead.
Okay.
So we are giving a lot of importance to the observations of one judge, but let's also remember the other judge very clearly noted that this arrest was not illegal. This arrest was entirely fair and it followed the Code of Criminal Procedure. So let's not take that away. Also, previously, the same Supreme Court has noted that up to the tune of 100 crore could have been spent in the Goa elections. They have also noted on record that a money trail does lead up to the Aam Aadmi Party coffers. Also, when the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson calls this case as fake, is he the investigator? Is he the judge? How does he decide? And most importantly, it was his chief minister casting aspersions in the very same case on Manish Sisodia, on Atishi, on Saurabh Bharadwaj, even those who were not under the net, he's cast the net wider. So it's not like he's washed his hands of the case altogether. He's just tried to deflect the blame onto his juniors, and that's exactly what he's been doing by taking no responsibility
though the Aam Aadmi Party
for
has
any
rejected
action,
those
any
allegations. But yes, Akshay Marathe, go ahead, your response.
No, the reason that I'm calling this whole case a fake case is because the entire conduct of these investigative agencies has come into question today. In the last several cases, wherever the CBI or ED has filed cases in political matters, when those political leaders join the Bharatiya Janata Party, those cases get dropped against them. So based on that conduct, when you look at how they have gone after Arvind Kejriwal and Aam Aadmi Party leaders and have really, look at Arvind Kejriwal, he was in jail for 6 months. Manish Sisodia was in jail for 18 months. And in all this time, they did not even have it in them to start the trial. tell me a simple thing, Vedant. If they think they are convinced that Arvind Kejriwal has committed some crime, start the trial, prove your case and convict him. But they don't have any evidence. That's the problem. Which is why they wanted to keep him in jail for as long as possible, so that the process became the punishment. And that's where
that's an important point. That's an important point I'm making. And Desh Ratan Nigam, come in on this, because this whole thing about trial becoming the punishment, this has really been discussed at great length, not only in Arvind Kejriwal's case but in many other cases. And also there's no evidence that has been put out in the public domain by the investigating agency, though of course a charge sheet has been filed before the court. But what do you have to say on this point, that the investigations go on endlessly and the trial cease to begin?
Well, Vedant, yes, in Indian judicial system, we do require judicial reforms. Investigation, especially in such kind of cases, does not leave a money trail. You require a lot of investigation to connect the chain, the entire chain. There need not be any chink in the train or missing link in the chain. So it does require time. However, judicial reforms are required so that the under trials have to, immediately face the trial. But CBI's, thousands of documents and hundreds of witnesses and evidences before court, it does take time. How to do it, I think everybody has to apply its mind, right from the government agencies, investigative agencies, and the judiciary, as to how to speed up the trial, because there are a huge number of under trials still in jail who have not yet seen the completion of trial.
And I think that's a larger question of judicial reforms. Mr. Colin Gonsalves, the last word to you. You had a point to make earlier. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I want to say this aspect of him not being allowed to get into his office and sign the files is a very interesting observation in Justice Goyal's judgment, where he says, I have serious doubts about an order preventing him from getting into his office and signing his files, which means that the issue is not closed. And it could well happen that if a 3-judge bench is constituted, then Arvind may win and get back into his office and sign his files. And that will be a good day for all of us.
That's a larger question, whether it goes to a larger bench or not. That really remains to be seen. But of course, this judgment has wide-ranging ramifications legally and politically. But the Supreme Court, in essence, setting the record straight that bail is sacrosanct, bail is the rule and jail the exception. Though of course there was a differing opinion as well. But even the concurring judge, sort of agreed to the fact that there has been a delay and bail has been long overdue. Thanks all very much for being with us. This is a story that we will continue to track very, very closely. The poll dangle has really gotten hotter with Arvind Kejriwal's release. That's all the time that we have on The Last Word this evening. Thanks so much for watching. Good night.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Arvind Kejriwal walks free after 6 months of his Enforcement Directorate arrest. Gang war in the heart of the national capital, shooting in a posh locality in South Delhi. And Ford drives back to India, the Chennai plant to reopen.
I don't ever know songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them mailing men. All I want is a touch of love.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day.
Hello and welcome to this Big Fight special. The long-awaited Jammu and Kashmir Assembly elections are finally here. The poll campaigning has reached a pitch and it is being seen as a big celebration of the democratic exercise. Remember, for the last 10 years, there has been no election in the valley. This is for the first time, post-abrogation of Article 370, that an assembly election will be held. With me is my colleague Nazir. Nazir, the significance of this poll?
Well, it is very significant, more than one ways. It is the first election in the history of Jammu and Kashmir which is being contested in the Union territory. And it is the first election where people also will decide whether they are happy with the Naya Kashmir or they want to live in the old Kashmir.
So in this Naya Kashmir, we are coming to you from the beautiful and majestic Dal Lake. With me, someone we have been seeing regularly in Delhi, Shazia Ilmi. Welcome to Srinagar. BJP spokesperson coming all the way from Srinagar. We have Mohit Ban, spokesperson of the PDP. We have, strategically placed the two former allies together. And on this side are the present alliance partners, Ifra Jan of the National Conference and Salman Soz of the Congress Party. Beginning with you, Salman, it's an alliance which has taken shape, worked out completely. And everything is, it seems that everything has been discussed completely. But when it comes to what is it that you're offering to the people of Jammu and Kashmir, which will be completely new, not what we had seen or heard before the abrogation of Article 370?
Thank you, Maria, for having me. This election is, of course, a monumental election. But this is an election where the people are going to speak. And they're going to speak loudly. They're going to speak about the misrule, about the indignities that the BJP has heaped on the people of Jammu and Kashmir. The only state to be dismembered and demoted to union territory status. The only state where such large-scale disempowerment of people happened by a dispensation in Delhi, which is now ruling this part of the country through an unelected person, the lieutenant governor. So I think the people and what has happened during this time is that there's large-scale misery in all parts of Jammu and Kashmir, and there's large-scale resentment against the BJP because of what they've done to this place. Okay. Second highest unemployment rate in the country. The highest unemployment rate for women is in Jammu and Kashmir. Industrial production has grown basically stagnant, 1% over the last 5 years. People employed in industries down 16%. Insecurity about land, insecurity about government jobs. You know that 65,000 government posts remain vacant since 2019. So let me just say what.
Let's get a word from Shazia as well.
Okay.
Nazir bhai.
Shazia, BJP has been talking about that this is the era of development, peace in Jammu and Kashmir, and this is all about this lieutenant governor's rule duty. And you are going to restore the statehood after election, that's what the minister said. But looking back, when we see all these years, this is the longest time of gap between two elections. Why BJP failed to hold elections in time since 2018? And then what Salman has asked.
So first of all, let me make it amply clear that I represent the average citizen of Jammu and Kashmir, and we have 3 representatives from 3 political families who are responsible for the misrule and the way things have gone on in the valley. So I'm very proud to be part of the setup which has ensured not just Ayushman cards, which is looking at 85 lakhs of them in just Jammu and Kashmir, but also basic safety. Whether you look at terrorism, which is down by 70%, or stone pelting, which is done away with. So this is the new mustaqbil, or the future we're looking at. And this is the true azadi that Kashmiris are feeling for the first time, Jammu and Kashmir. As for my friend Salman, who talks about it being unconstitutional or not representative of people, the Supreme Court has put a stamp on it. As far as the governor's rule is concerned, Kashmir and the state erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir has seen a governor's rule 3 times that of this particular rule for the last 5 years. As far as elections are concerned, we've had the Zilla elections, DDC elections, and the Lok Sabha elections. And you see the abject failure of these 3 parties when the leaders of their parties have failed and rejected by the Kashmiri citizens. Why did Mehbooba lose? Why did Umar Abdullah lose? Why does Umar Abdullah have to go out taking off his hat and begging for his honor? And why does he have to go from one place to the other? In fact, very important questions that I need to ask our Salman Sozji is that what kind of a alliance is this? Because this is the biggest discord. We know starting from 52, the Delhi agreement between Sheikh Abdullah and Nehru, to going to 1975 between Indira Gandhi and Sheikh Abdullah and Farooq Abdullah and Rajiv Gandhi, the famous one in 87 rather, which led to militancy. What kind of accord is this where Congress party has to answer not just to Jammu and Kashmir, but to Maharashtra and Haryana and everywhere in India as to where it stands on the constitution, on reservation, on national flag. So I think that, while I speak against all of you, all the three representatives, but these are the three families which have ruined the future, the present, and the past is for everybody to see.
A quick word from you before I bring in others.
First of all, I would not ever dream of representing the people of the state that Shazia comes from, so I'm not sure how she represents the average Jammu and Kashmiri out here. Let me just say, this looks like the BJP's. This is exactly
whichever state they come from.
Listen to me. This is exactly the mentality of the BJP. Shazia, let me finish.
Forget about that.
Shazia,
I speak as an Indian
this
citizen.
is not Arnab
And
Goswami's
every
show.
Indian should talk about every
Shazia,
state of India, including Jammu and Kashmir.
Again, when I actually, let me just finish. I'm not going to interrupt you, Shazia. The rules of the game should be, I don't interrupt you, you don't interrupt me.
Go ahead. Yes.
This is exactly the mentality of the BJP. They think, sitting in New Delhi, because they have a government there, they can basically control whatever happens here. Let me tell Shazia that the BJP has basically prohibited sand mining for locals in lots of places. Jahan pe Jammu Kashmir ke log, and she only talked about people of Kashmir. This is about Jammu and Kashmir. And Jammu and Kashmir people hate BJP right now. Why? Things like contracts are given to outsiders mostly. JNK people are shut out. By the way, जिस जगह पे आपको रेत पे हक नहीं है, आपको अपनी रेत पे हक नहीं है, आप क्या हक दिलाएंगे आपको?
One important issue which has become the resources of locals. The contracts have been given to the non-locals. Jobs has remained a challenge because there have been civil scams, but government has ordered inquiry, CBI's inquiry.
If you look at tourism, it's a record number. We're looking at 25 lakhs. No, calm down. So first of all, I want to say that as a citizen of this country, I can speak for every citizen of my country, whether it's my brothers and sisters in Jammu or my brethren in Kashmir. Irrespective of the fact about what my antecedents are or lineages, which I don't want to bring up because I speak as a pure Indian, and I speak on Indian territory, very proud of it, and I will speak for Jammu and Kashmir as much as I will speak for UP and Bihar. That's one. And two, Nazir, Bhai, I would like to say that in terms of what the locals are feeling, because it was just Bandh, this was Hartal time, it was just end of everything. For the first time, it's flourishing. The hotels are full, the taxi walas, you just see all around. There is actually, progress, there is actual financial transactions, there is money flow. Wow. So I think it's huge. Okay, I think it's huge, so and everybody knows that.
You have painted a picture which is really beautiful. Yes. But why is the opposition of the opinion?
I'm not painting any picture which is beautiful. I think a lot needs to be done.
Yes.
Maria, a lot needs to be done. But I'm just saying that compared to what we were going through.
One moment. Let me bring in Ifra. Ifra, the question is that if the BJP says that they represent the ordinary, the man on the street, then is it also not true that there are the three parties which have ruled Jammu and Kashmir, largely, the National Conference and the PDP, they are dynastic parties?
Let's go one by one, Maria, and I have not interrupted anybody. I would not like anyone to interrupt me. First thing Shazia ji said, she sees that the hotels are full and there's so much tourism. If you just took a shot of Dal Lake behind me, there's not even a single shikara in Dal Lake. This is the kind of tourism we see in Jammu and Kashmir. This is the time when shikaras, we can't have one person talking, Maria.
No, she's speaking. Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah.
There's not a single tourist here because in Kashmir, especially after the Amarnath Yatra starts, the government of India, it blocks all the roads in Pahalgam, Gulmarg, and it essentially chokes tourism. Tourism in Kashmir is only 4 months thanks to the misgovernance of the BJP government. Look at, there is not a single shikara. This is what happens when you take on yourself the banter of representing a population which you do not understand and where you don't even have the eye to what to look for. Thankfully, Maria ji, we live in a country, in a democracy, where the only people who can claim to represent a population are people who've been chosen by those people. Thankfully, we're not in North Korea, where somebody comes in and says, I am the representative of this entire place, and I will tell you how happy the people in North Korea are. You know, Maria, this time, Shazia ji represents a political party that ensured no elections were held in Jammu and Kashmir and ensured that no elected representatives were allowed to speak on their behalf. And only after the Supreme Court stepped in with its order where it said that no, you have to conduct elections, you have to have elected representatives.
What are the issues on which the people of Jammu and Kashmir are voting?
Okay, well, I will go to Mohit Ban of the PDP. Mohit ji, PDP, NC Congress has alliance, BJP is not with you. You know, you are actually fighting with all the three parties. So what this election stands for you when we know, PDP, which was literally dismantled because it lost most of its leaders. Now, when you are fighting this election, there are again challenges. What are the issues you are fighting this election?
First of all, everybody is going, gaga about the elections happening. I think this is the most unfortunate thing in a democratic setup, that elections are happening after 10 years. I think it's the most heinous or most shameful act one has ever seen in the history of independent India. So there is nothing to brag about it by any of us, or maybe anybody from the media or anybody about that the elections are being conducted. The second thing you talked about are the challenges, how PDP is going into the elections. I think it's a known fact that anybody who has been boldly advocating the aspirations or the voice of common Kashmiris have always had differences with Delhi, and Delhi has come down heavily on it. And post the abrogation of Article 370 and 35A, we have seen that how almost 44 elected former MLAs or ministers were arm twisted to leave PDP. And we had to build everything scratch from the scratch, brick by brick. And I think we went into the parliament elections also alone. Shazia ji did highlight that why Mehbooba ji lost. At least she had the courage to go back to people and ask for the votes. Winning and losing is part of the elections. Even after, bragging so much about Jammu and Kashmir and 370 and 35A, BJP couldn't muster the courage to field a single candidate in entire Kashmir Valley in 3 of its seats.
Yes, that's the question that I want to ask you actually.
Should you not give the credit to the BJP central government for one thing? You are a Kashmiri Pandit. You are, campaigning, rather in charge of the campaign for the PDP candidate Wahid Para in Pulwama. The Pulwama, which was infamous for militancy, terror attacks. Now, situation has changed to a great extent. Will you not give that credit to BJP? We can say this democracy was denied, that was in a suspended animation. There are other issues of employment, resource, etc. But on security, will you not give that credit to BJP?
See, Nazir, to be very honest, I left a flourishing career in corporate industry in 2018 and moved back to Kashmir. Way back, BJP had even dreamt of anything in Kashmir. So I think the credit goes to the leadership and the people of Jammu and Kashmir for accepting me in a position where I was, given the responsibility to manage a lot of things in PDP.
The elections not happening. Did you know that as much as we've had the governor's rule at this time, if you look at Jagmohan time and other times, there were 3 times as much of no government here. And this was imposed so many times by Indira Gandhi and Rajiv Gandhi, and somehow they're quiet about it. And not just that, IFRA very proudly talked about, we represent Kashmir. So what happens to representation of Valmikis? whose children were not allowed to study or get jobs? What happens to that? What happens to Bakarwals? No. Let me make this point. Does she represent the Bakarwals? Does she ever look at what they go through? Or even the women who married outside the religion? And here Rahul Gandhi goes all over and talks about Arakshan. But there in Jammu and Kashmir UT, you want to remove Arakshan because you want to bring in. And I also want to ask Salman Sood, who's very keen to speak and who's very enthusiastic. Salman ji, I want to ask you, where do you stand with your alliance partner on the national flag on the constitution? Because clearly, for the first time, I want to tell everybody, and I think everybody knows, that the elections here are being held under the Indian constitution, not the J&K special constitution. So what do you feel about the constitution? And also what do you feel about reservation, which you're actually taking away from the Pahadis, from the Gorkhas, from the Bakarwals and other communities, and giving dignity to Valmiki brothers of mine and the refugees of West Pakistan.
Let me also fact check one thing, Salman. Elections in Jammu and Kashmir were always happening under the Indian constitution since 1965. Jammu and Kashmir. Election Commission of India was conducting these elections, not the state's own election body. Number two, this is the second longest governor's rule, centered rule in Jammu and Kashmir.
But it is the first longest, Nazir. Since you know so much, which is the first longest?
First was since January 1990 to September 2096.
Nazir, what do you owe it to? You're an expert. What do you owe the longest governor's rule?
I'm saying this was all since June 2018 till this time, till the new government comes.
But I think what you should also say is that when the first time this happened in the 90s, there was a massive insurgency at that time. Massive. This time, nothing like that. And by the way, on security, let me tell you, Maria, maybe your viewers don't know because BJP lies so much. The lowest number of terror incidents and killings in the last 30 years happened in 2012. This is Home Ministry data, 2012. Ab 2012 mein kaun sa ye aapko Article 370 ka problem tha?
Okay, let's get into specifics about the alliance. Is there proper understanding on the issues of reservation and other concerns, which remain the teething issues?
You see, first things first, National Conference stands for what we have put in our manifesto, and after, Umar Saab has also said, after the government is formed, we will have a minimum program that all of you will see. But I would want to answer what Shazia ji has asked. She said, we represent the women, we represent the Valmikis, we represent the Gujjars, we represent the Bakarwals. If you represented so many communities, why were you so scared of conducting an election? Why did you not field a single candidate? Now let's talk about women. At this point, when in Jammu and Kashmir, the unemployment rate of women is 48%, the highest in the country. You know what happened, Maria, when Article 370 was removed or diluted? The first thing that the BJP government did was it abrogated, it also ended. Pata hai kis daftar pe tala laga diya? The first office to be shut down was a Women's Commission office, where all the domestic violence, let me answer, where all the, you let her speak for 5 minutes, give me 2 minutes, where all the domestic violence victims used to go because they were too scared of going to police stations or did not have the courage to do that. They shut down, they put a lock on the Women's Commissioned office and they've not reinstated that. They said we're doing this and then she talked about the Gujjars and the Bakarwals. You know, Maria, what is happening? If you were a Kashmiri and if you truly represented Kashmiris and the Gujjars, you would know that this government has carried out extensive demolition drives on the homes of Gujjars because they do not have the papers, because that the papers that they ask for. In fact, it was a national conference that stood up and said, जो फॉरेस्ट हैं हमारे, इसमें हमारे गुज्जर बकरवाल भाई हजारों सालों से रह रहे हैं, आपको वहां से कोई नहीं निकालेगा. It was a national conference. And the Valmikis, let me come to the Valmikis. You know, Maria ji, you're a journalist and all the viewers are watching. I'm sure you've heard of countless atrocities that happen on Dalits everywhere. Have you ever heard कि कोई दलित हमारा भाई घोड़े पे चल रहा था और उसकी lynching हुई जम्मू कश्मीर में? Have you? Because Dalits in Jammu and Kashmir, look at the HDI data. They are doing the best in terms of the money they have, in terms of the izzat they have. Because
I'll come to you. I'll come to you, Shazia. Yeah. I'll come to you, Shazia. Let Mohit speak and then I'm coming to you.
See, I think we are digressing from the issue. The issue is about the elections and how the BJP on the one hand has been going gaga about the development, but are not able to field their candidates and go out to the constituencies and the local population to seek votes. We see that how they are fetching candidates from here and there just to fulfill the gaps, and also the ABC teams who the teams which were propagated post 2019, how they lost their deposits in the recently concluded parliament election. So I think the Kashmiris or the people of Jammu and Kashmir, why would I only talk about Kashmir? The people of Jammu and Kashmir in a strong voice have said that the policies of BJP or the decisions of 5th August 2019 are not acceptable to them. Wherever they have gotten an opportunity, be it the engineer Shah's election in North Kashmir, or be it the election in Srinagar or the southern Kashmir, people have unitedly voted for a voice against the policies of Jammu and against the policies what have been happening in the last 5 years in J&K. I think again when we go to the assembly elections, people will once again see that who are the parties who have been unitedly fighting or are fighting for the true voice and aspirations of the people in Kashmir.
Shazia,
and
coming
I'm
to
sure
that
they are
point,
going to
give their answer. Please pass
very
over the mic to her. Shazia, the one point which for the last few years the BJP has been saying that in this Naya Kashmir, the aspirations are being realized by the center. Now, if you get a sense, points being made and statistically also being said by Ifra here, that you were trying to give a different picture from what the truth is. So my question is that why did the BJP not field candidates in the valley, in the Lok Sabha polls? Because if you have managed to get the support of the people, even in assembly, please go ahead.
So, I'll answer that question. So, Ifra just said that there are no atrocities against Dalits. So, does that mean that her party, along with Congress, will take away the reservations which are now, and also reservation of promotion, which has now been given to Dalits? And BJP is a party here that has always needed the help of the either PDP or NC, as is the case with Congress. So you just see us having many more candidates now, and we'll continue to have them, and it will grow. But the very fact that the stone pelting is not there. Terrorism has come down. You can talk about one random example of 2012. As for aspirations, this vote is not for the families of Mehbooba Muftis of the world and Umar Abdullahs of the world or the Gandhi family. This is for an average Jammu family and a Kashmir family.
Okay, so we have really come to the end of this discussion. I'll give 30 seconds to all of you. Please go ahead.
But you can't. The fact of the matter is that they have singularly insulted, demeaned the people of Jammu and Kashmir. When there was no justification, they destroyed our statehood. They've still not restored it. There is no accountability here. People cannot go and voice their grievances to anybody.
That's also because they've taken people of Jammu for granted. After converting a proud Dogra state into a UT, they still believe कि यार ये लोग तो हमको ही वोट देंगे, कहाँ जाएंगे बेचारे. They've taken them so for granted and they've insulted such a proud community. However, I would want to quickly ask 3 points. She said, what is your stand on reservation? National Conference's stand on reservation is that all communities should get reservation in proportion to their population, as has been decided by the Supreme Court of India. All communities must have that. This is a very clear stand on reservation that we have. She said, बारामुल्ला में उमर साहब क्यों हार गए? भाई बारामुल्ला में तो आप लोग भी नहीं जीते, बीजेपी भी नहीं जीती. Why is it that the BJP is gloating over Engineer Rashid's win? Is he your candidate? No, he's not. Apparently, he's not. So why are you so excited and happy about it? Okay. And third last point, I would want to ask this question to Shazia ji on behalf of Gorkhas, West Pakistan refugees, women, Kashmiri Muslims, Hindus, Dogras, and every person sitting in Jammu and Kashmir right now. Please tell us when. Don't give us a fake promise. When? What is the date when you will restore statehood back to Jammu and Kashmir?
Imperative. But yes,
See, quickly in 30 seconds, I would want to answer two questions what BJP has been saying. One is about the reservations. She's talking about SC/ST. She should go back and check the data that without any reservation to the STs or the Pahadis, the J&K assembly had the highest number of SC/STs and Pahadis in the assembly, because such is the, the environment here, that there is no animosity between the cultures, and the Hindu votes for the Pahadi or the Pahadi votes for the Gujar votes for the Bakarwal. So without reservation also, there was the adequate number of representation, and the Kashmiris, irrespective of the caste, have voted for these leaders. The second thing she has been talking about is the terrorism and stone pelting. See, I want to make it amply clear, there is difference between law and order and terrorism. Yes, when you say that the stone pelting is down, the stone pelting incidents are down, that is the law and order situation, and I 100% agree, yes, the law and order is in control. But is the situation peaceful? Is it peace? I don't think you won't. If it is peace, you won't see every 20 feet, 30 feet security men guarding the road or the highway or the venues wherever with the election rallies are happening. So the only peace is that the law and order is in control, no doubt, but it is peace. No, the terrorism has shifted from Kashmir Valley to Jammu region. In past 1 year, we have seen more than 60 people have been killed brutally by the terrorists across the Jammu region. And if you think that is bringing peace, I don't think we want that peace anymore. We are very thankful for the peace you have provided till now. Please wrap this peace up now. Thank you.
So, if there's any way turbulence and trauma is clearly with the three families, as you can see, there's a great justification given by both Ifra and Mohit that because there was no problem, we don't need to give a reservation because it was nothing to start with. Because there was political representation, it doesn't matter if ordinary children or Valmikis or
Why do you have
refugees,
to lie on TV,
No, you are
Shazia?
lying.
I
And
very
Ifra has
clearly
totally
said
lied
that
about so
reservation
many
has
factors.
to be in
So let me
proportion
finish.
to
No,
their
I can't
population.
speak now.
Why would you need to lie on television?
Let me speak.
Let her finish, yes.
Yes. And I also want to know whether what kind of jobs has National Conference given 500 rupees to every youngster here to throw stones, or jobs of terrorism and jobs to terrorist children and to secessionists. I mean, it's a matter of shame. We have
now
an
30%
we have an
unemployment
IIT,
rate.
and
There
we
is
have
an increase of 300%
for the very
300%
first time
in unemployment.
We have been exposed.
Thank you so
totally.
much for joining us. And let's try and wrap this up, Nazir. Things have changed in Jammu and Kashmir. There's a lot of, hope also at this point, particularly with this election, because it's about that electoral exercise that we will be seeing play out in 3 phases.
Exactly, and the democracy which was in a suspended animation, finally the day has come when people will vote, decide their new government, revive democracy. That is bigger than who wins or who loses.
On that very note, thanks so much for watching, and thanks to all the panelists who took time to join us.
Thank you for watching.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring
Welcome back to this special broadcast where we are coming to you live from Srinagar. You have heard from the politicians. Now listen in to another set of stakeholders. Nazir bhai, the significance of this stakeholder, because they are the youth, the ordinary Kashmiris, we say. They are YouTubers, human rights activists, teachers. They come from various backgrounds, very, very varied. Social, political activists, and hence it's very important to listen to their issues. What is it that matters to them in this election?
Well, election is all about listening to every view, every point of view, every shade of opinion, and this is also a platform where you will hear about the people, what they are saying. We heard politicians. What are these people talking about this elections and what this election means to them, and how important this election is for the people, particularly the youth. And important thing in this election is 30% of the voters' electorate is less than 29 years of age, which means they will be voting for the first time in their life in assembly elections.
So that's very important demographic that Nazir bhai has just spoken about. So let me begin with Anika Nazir. She is a YouTuber and a founder of a very interesting channel which is called Taaleem Haq Hai Hamara, which essentially means education is everyone's right. Anika, education, jobs have taken center stage in these elections, be it the manifesto of the BJP or the manifesto of NC or the Congress Party or PDP. All the parties are talking about jobs.
Thank you so much for inviting me to your channel. Well, talking about the manifestos of different political parties, I think previously we have also seen their manifestos, and they have mentioned about the jobs and other particular things which are needed for the youth of Kashmir. But अभी तक वो उस पर खरा नहीं उतरे हैं. It's been 30 years now. We have lived in conflict. We are the victims of conflict. We have lived this turmoil. आई एम 24 years old. पिछले 24 सालों से मैंने यही देखा है. तो जब जॉब्स की बात आती है या अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट की बात आती है, ये पता नहीं कितने सालों से चली आ रही है. कोई एग्जैक्ट पॉलिसी हमारे लिए नहीं आई है. आज आपकी चैनल पे मैं इसलिए आई हूँ, मीडिया पे मैं ज़्यादा नहीं आती हूँ, बिकॉज आई एम साइलेंटली वर्किंग फॉर दिस इनिशिएटिव तालीम हक है हमारा. माई एरिया ऑफ इंटरेस्ट इज़ चिल्ड्रन ऑफ कश्मीर. सो क्योंकि जो चिल्ड्रन है कश्मीर के, मैं बचपन से ही उनका जो ट्रॉमा है उस पर काम करना चाहती हूँ. मुझे लगता है बचपन में ही बहुत सारी चीज़ों को रिपेयर कर सकते हैं. जो चीज़ें हमने देखी है वो ना देखे. लेकिन जहाँ तक अब जॉब्स की बात कर रहे हैं, किसी ने यहाँ तक एग्जैक्ट पॉलिसी नहीं बनाई है. रिसेंटली टॉकिंग अबाउट द स्कैम्स इन JKSSB एग्ज़ाम्स एंड द ब्लैक लिस्टेड कंपनी एपटेक जो हमारे सामने आई है, उसकी वजह से हमारे जो जॉब्स हैं वो कहीं नहीं है. यूथ जो है वो सफ़र कर रहा है. और रही बात पॉलिटिशियंस की, वो सिर्फ जुमलेबाजी करते हैं.
Important thing she is talking about scams in jobs. While the valley was largely frozen in silence, we saw over the last few years series of protests in Jammu. They were protesting against scams, while the government, Lieutenant Government administration ordered a CBI probe and several people have been arrested, but people have been demanding transparency in recruitment.
Yes, so that's an important aspect. Would you come in on this particular issue, Wajahat? Okay. This aspect of jobs, how much of that is a concern for a young man like you?
So thank you so much. Before starting this, I would like to, add some other things also. We have seen for this, this election is historic election for us, for whole Kashmir. Why? We have seen, conflict, terrorism, stone pelting, bullets and pellets, from last 3 decades in our Kashmir Valley. मैं खुद 96 born हूँ, and मैंने देखा ये सब चीज़ें मैंने देखी है. What special जो मुझे लगा इस election में that जो organization I can say that जो मुझे और मेरे नौजवानों को, मेरे भाइयों को बताती थी कि that जो वोट डाले वो हराम है, and elections के लिए वोटिंग के लिए जो जा रहे थे उन पे टेररिस्ट अटैक्स हुआ करते थे, because they were considered बातिल, they were considered, वो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की तरफ से वो उनको माना जाता है कि they are not Muslims, they are totally anti-Islamic people. And वही ऑर्गेनाइजेशन आज यहाँ पे हमारे सामने आ रही है, they are calling us that.
हमने वो जो politicians के साथ हमारी बात हुई, these things have been discussed and debated. Since you are a young person, and I'll tell you, you are saying you are 1996 born.
Yes, sir.
I have covered 1996 election. Okay. So I know how elections किस तरह यहाँ चले हैं. जो जॉब्स पे बात आ रही है, बताएं इस इलेक्शन से आपकी क्या उम्मीद है? जॉब्स का सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा रहा पिछले कई साल.
See sir, again I would like to add one more thing here. So मैं वहीं पे आ रहा था, so you interrupt me. So I would like to, जब आप जॉब्स की बात करते हो, there should be a space. हमारे पास environment है ना, होना चाहिए कि क्या बोलते हैं इसको, I can say that कि एक peaceful इन्वायरमेंट होना चाहिए जहाँ पे हमें अगर आप देखेंगे, आपने 1996 से बता रहे कि दैट आप कवर कर रहे थे, आपने देखा कि दैट मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द जो एम्प्लॉयज़ थे, गवर्नमेंट एम्प्लॉयज़ थे, वो कभी जॉब पे जाते ही नहीं थे ड्यू टू हड़ताल एंड टेररिज्म एंड अदर थिंग्स. सो मेरा कहने का मतलब ये है कि डेफिनेटली एज अ यूथ आई रियली वांट देयर शुड बी अ स्पेस जहाँ पे नॉट ओनली गवर्नमेंट जॉब्स, इट्स नॉट पॉसिबल कि गवर्नमेंट यहाँ पे हर एक के लिए गवर्नमेंट जॉब्स प्रोवाइड करे, बट आई वांट एज अ यूथ कि नेशनल इंटरनेशनल कंपनी यहाँ पे आ जाए, दे इन्वेस्ट एंड डेफिनेटली हम एक स्पेस मिल जाए.
We have someone who actually represents that group. Amit, since, if you can take that mic, since you are a part of this, Government Employees Association, give us a sense. Is there a sense that the government employees feel safe to come out to, or has there anything changed in the last 10 years for them?
Indeed, it is from past 5 years, we can say things have changed. But before that, it was very tough for us to work in this culture. होता क्या था कि कॉल्स आती थी, बंद होते थे, हम लोग प्रॉपरली ऑफिस जा नहीं पाते थे, अटैक्स हुए. मैं माइनॉरिटीज़ विंग को प्रेजेंट करता हूँ. आई एम बेसिकली माइनॉरिटी विंग जो जितने भी हमारे यहाँ जम्मू कश्मीर में है. तो हम लोगों के लिए चीज़ें बहुत डिफरेंट थी. टारगेट किलिंग्स हुई यहाँ पे, उसके बावजूद हम लोगों ने इतना प्रोटेस्ट किया. ये बहुत ही एक ड्रास्टिक ये टाइम रहा हम लोगों के लिए. लेकिन फ्रॉम पास्ट 5 years आई कैन से इट इज़ अ लॉट ऑफ चेंजेस हियर. अगर चेंज नहीं होती तो हम लोग आज यहाँ बैठ के बात नहीं कर रहे होते.
Okay, as a teacher and also someone who is a Kashmiri Pandit, there are concerns about Pandits largely in Jammu and the entire shift which has happened of targeted killings which is playing out. Are that a matter of concerns?
Yes, ma'am. Obviously, it is a matter of concern.
Security. How much of security?
Security is also a matter of concern. मैं आपको यही कहना चाहूँगी, जो ये माइग्रेशन है, ये दुखती रग पे आप पाँव डाल. कोई भी जब हम इस पे टॉपिक लेते हैं ना, माइग्रेशन या कश्मीरी पंडित अक्रॉस द इंडिया, हमें यही फील होता है कि ऐसा क्यों हुआ. It is all the politically motivated religious migration which were executed by some anti-socials. So ये जो चीज़ें हुई है, ये बहुत ही दुखद चीज़ें हुई है कश्मीरी माइग्रेंटों के साथ. रही बात फिर इधर जो उनको पैकेजेस दिए गए, जॉब दिए गए, हाँ उनके लिए तो एक चीज़ बेनिफिट हुआ, मगर इस कंडीशन में जो पहले जो अगर आप कंपेयर किया जाए, पहले वाली 10 साल पहले बहुत कंडीशन अलग थी, आज कुछ अलग है. पहले स्टोन पेल्टिंग होती थी, एजुकेशन सही से नहीं चल पाते थे, हफ्ते में सिर्फ एक क्लास लगती थी. आजकल आप देखोगे कि बिल्कुल एजुकेशन, हेल्थ सब इम्प्रूव है, हर किसी सेक्टर में बहुत.
Sabin is actually part of the, she's a journalist and also someone who is involved in education, right? So what according to you, Zabreen, is the larger sentiment related with regards to education? Because the first word in Quran is Iqra, padho. So is there a sense that Taaleem is so important, ilm is very important?
First of all, thank you ma'am for inviting me on your show. अभी पहले यहाँ पे अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट की बात उठी, मैं पहले उस पर बोलना चाहूँगी. कश्मीर इस हद तक आप इस सिचुएशन पे पहुँचा है कि PhD स्कॉलर आप क्लास 4th के लिए अप्लाई करता है. क्या वो इस लायक है? मैं नहीं हूँ किसी काम छोटा बड़ा नहीं होता है, बट मैं कह रही हूँ अब आज का ट्रेंड है इलेक्ट्रिक ऑटो। वो पता वो इतनी डिग्रीज उन्होंने की होती है, आज वो इलेक्ट्रिक ऑटो चला रहा है। मैं चाहती हूँ कि जो अगली गवर्नमेंट आएगी, मैं चाहती हूँ वो इस पे संजीदा से काम करे। प्राइवेटाइजेशन सेक्टर जो है ना यहाँ पे, उसको बढ़ावा मिलना चाहिए। प्राइवेट सेक्टर यहाँ डेवलप होना चाहिए ताकि उसे अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट की रेट भी डाउन हो जाएगी।
So jobs is always, yes, we have started it about jobs. Jobs has remained the big issue because, as I said, if you see, the 70% population of Jammu and Kashmir is less than 35.
That's a huge one.
That is a huge, so you have a huge youth bulge. Amit was talking about, the challenge of the migrant, these employees. I have seen them actually struggling and fighting on the streets. Literally, they are living in ghettos now because their postings had to be at one place because of the security concern. They had to fight it out.
We will. उसमें सबसे ज़्यादा unemployment की rate जो है वो कश्मीर में दिखाई गई है.
So that's a matter of huge concern. So how will the political parties address that? And are you all convinced that the politicians have the right policies in place?
There are 1.2 million well-educated boys and girls in J&K who are unemployed, and there is no private sector, there is no corporate sector. See, we cannot expect any government coming, assuming charge here, and they won't be having a magic wand to address this challenge. But there has to be some, I believe there has to be avenues generated for creation of jobs. There has to be some corporate sector and private industry, if not the industry which will actually harm our environment. But some industry, let's talk about corporate sector, IT industry. Kashmir per se is the ideal and best place for IT sector, and we don't have that sector still here. We have Kashmiri boys working in Delhi NCR, Gurgaon, or even in some other countries in IT, but there is no avenues of IT industry.
So there is this quest, according to you, that Kashmiris want to work in Jammu and Kashmir. They do not want to migrate out to Delhi, Bombay, Bangalore and work there. As a Kashmiri who will be going to cast your vote, what will be the issues on your mind?
Definitely this is going to be one of the turning point. I feel like that this election is going to be like what we had. We had a lot of voters who are casting their vote for the very first time. Like we had seen the desperation and destruction all over, and what we had seen in the past. And I feel like I had met a lot of boys who are willing to cast their vote for the very first time. That is, we don't need that hollow slogans and all other things. We are voting for the promises that can be actually fulfilled. This is what they were actually talking about, all about the unemployment rate and all other avenues that we should be created for the young people. You see, they had the Indian government or the state government had been able to create an atmosphere of peace. That is very well. I, being an MBA graduate, before 2-3 years, I was like whether I should invest somewhere or not, because the uncertainty and all other things were roaming up in my mind, whether I should invest because there is an uncertainty, there could be Hadal's curfew or somewhere like that. That chapter is gone now, and we are just like peaceful in everywhere, and there are like everywhere there is an I should say 365 working days or like that. So when they are just investing in, I feel like there should be some of the avenues for the young generation, that some of the startup schemes should be made outrightly for the young people. Whether we are just bringing the outsiders to invest over here, then focus should be on the Kashmiri youth to also.
Okay. There are manifestos by different parties. For example, BJP's Sankalp Patra. It is not talking about giving direct 5 lakh jobs, but it's saying we'll create opportunities for 5 lakh jobs. National Conference manifesto is talking about giving 1 lakh jobs because there are already 65,000 vacancies in government departments. Almost same thing is being said by the PDP. Congress has not released its manifesto so far. They have given certain guarantees, but not a manifesto. Do you think what best this manifesto should have for the youth, for the youngsters of the valley? Can we pass on that?
Yeah, thank you. So far as this manifesto of different political parties are concerned, I am observing it since the beginning of the election rallies and campaigns. So I found it more like they are still fighting the war of narratives with each other. There is least engagement of youth. For example, right from 370, there is a slogan that's the integration and engagement of Kashmiri youth, productive Kashmiri youth through different spaces. But I don't found it like being a Kashmiri youth and being a research scholar.
But isn't democracy the best form of engagement? There cannot be better form of engagement anywhere in the world planet than democracy when we get a right. Though it may have come very late, but it has finally arrived.
Of course, democracy, the beginning, the way democracy is working right now in Kashmir is of course a welcome step. But there are apparatus. Democratic apparatus are always there who are actually the real drivers of democracy. For example, we have different political parties. Electoral process is one of the important agenda of democracy. The way electoral process is going on in Kashmir, I found a vacuum there. For example, there is least engagement of youth. For jobs, since the inception of election in Kashmir, everyone is talking about jobs.
Of course, that would be there, Mare,
Yeah.
isn't it? That when you have a two-election gap between two elections, which is 10 years, so naturally there would be a vacuum, political parties may have lost their political moorings.
And there has been a huge shift in terms of the political landscape also because of the participation of the number of independents. How do you read that? The number of independent candidates. Are they representing the aspirations of youth, or which is the political party at present?
Of course,
which is representing the aspirations of youth?
Prior to the abrogation of 370, there was a sort of monopolistic competition between political parties, like there was PDP, Congress, and National Conference. Now there is the mushrooming of independent candidates, and the wave is taken different by the youth of Kashmir, because they are giving you n number of choices, for example. But the question is there that what will be the after elections, will they be able to deliver that? Because
and
we
will
have
they remain independent?
Exactly. And second important point
But
is
people have to decide who will they vote for. We should not question the wisdom of people.
Yes.
They will make a better choice, informed choice.
Yes,
and we should respect that.
Yes, but he has made an interesting point there, because that there is a wave or a political shift which was seen earlier as a monopoly of certain political parties to two newer faces. As young Kashmiris, what are your thoughts? Please speak. Yeah.
Maria, slogans have been hollow. This generation of Kashmir, we have been victims of politics of JNK, politics of one national party and politics of every regional and sub-regional political party. You see this ray of hope? It is all because of 2019, that bigger change which has brought this smile on the faces of this younger generation. I am a victim of that politics which was played during 90s. Neeru, Amit, all of us, Wajahat, we all are the victims of that politics. And now, you seeing this ray of hope, this is the change which was brought in 2019. This is the outcome of that change, that we are able to sit on the banks of Dal Lake and speak our hearts out. It was not possible before. Kashmir is the crown of India.
Yes.
Kashmir is the cradle of civilizations. We need to address civilizational challenges. The biggest challenge we are facing right now is the Kashmiri Pandit. Our Kashmiri Pandits are scattered all across the globe. Have they returned to Kashmir? Have they returned to their homes? No. These political parties, especially regional and sub-regional parties with Indian National Congress, they are again trying to mislead Kashmiri people.
The only good thing about these elections is the gathering. The gathering is the happy gathering. There is no violence. Previously, what happened, anyone who is supporting any political party, by evening he is threatened or harassed. Why are you doing this? So the only best thing about these elections is that people are happily trying to participate in the democratic process, which is the good change.
But he actually said that it is because of the abrogation of Article 370, this group of people from different backgrounds are able to speak freely. It is a very interesting thing what happened in 1990. There was one section who was speaking loudly, and the other section, whether it was large or small, was completely silent. It was not able to talk. But in 90, one section got silent and the other section has started talking. So these are two phases, 1990 and 2019, which would define Kashmir and it the way we have been talking about this place. So this is one view he has said, but we will talk about this election. So let's not miss. This is an election regardless of 2019. It is a time when we say celebration of democracy. Can you tell us what is your expectation as a Kashmiri Pandit? Can you please pass on the mic? Because he talked about as a Kashmiri Pandit, because for last 10 years, everybody was hoping that you Kashmiri Pandits will return. But what I have seen, instead of return, I saw even employees had to fled from their workplace in the valley or the ordinary, the temporary shelters, and shift to Jammu for months on because of the targeted killings.
I will start it from 2009 when this relief and rehabilitation process started. What happened that time कि जैसे ये दिया गया हमको, तो उसके बाद इन लोगों ने क्या किया कि आज 14 साल हो गए. जैसे अभी आप बोल रहे हैं कि 5 लाख वैकेंसीज फिल करेंगे, हमारी 6000 वैकेंसीज थी जो इन्होंने हमें दी थी, 6000 पोस्ट हमें दी गई थी. टुडे 14 years have gone, that posts are not still filled. तो ये कैसे 5 लाख पोस्ट है अभी और जब इन्होंने 14 साल में हम 6000 पोस्ट इन्होंने फिल नहीं कर पाए, तो हाउ दे कैन फिल 5 लाख पोस्ट जैसे मैनिफेस्टो में लिख रहे हैं लोग.
नहीं, हर एक पार्टी ने जो वादा किया है, जिस पार्टी का मैं देख रहा हूँ, नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑफ कश्मीरी पंडित की बाइज्जत वापसी.
सर ये
सिर्फ
एक आई वॉश है सर, जो हम पिछले 15 साल 14 साल से देखते आ रहे हैं. इट्स एन आई वॉश. नो रिलीफ एंड रिहैबिलिटेशन हैज बीन येट. इट इज एन this commercial ये package दिया गया हमें. It is not a relief and rehabilitation process.
Okay, so then in that case, so among all the various political parties who are promising rehabilitation of Kashmiri Pandits, which is the party that Kashmiri Pandits want to believe in right now?
मैम जो चीज़ें होनी चाहिए थी हमें, जिससे होप थी, जो पिछले कुछ सालों में यहाँ पे जैसे हमारा ये थिंक था जब 2019 में एब्रोगेशन ऑफ आर्टिकल 370 हुआ, वी हैव हाई होप्स, बट नो पार्टी, मैं स्टिल बोलता हूँ कोई पार्टी ने हमारा साथ नहीं दिया, हमारा कोई काम नहीं हुआ है आज तक.
Okay, Vajahat, come in on this. You know, we have discussed education, we have discussed jobs, we have discussed safety, security. What else is on the mind of youth?
See, I just want to add one more thing here. Initially, I started, मैं वही complete करना चाहता हूँ. मेरे लिए एक surprising and एक बहुत बड़ी बात ये है कि that जावेद साहब was talking about that जितने भी जो elections यहाँ पे हुआ करते थे कि then definitely we were expecting there will be attacks. There will be militant attacks, there will be some other stone pelting attacks. But this is the election where we are expecting, we have hopes from both mainstream and in past, जो लोग separatist करते थे, they are also in elections. So in coming years, so there will be no kind of that conflict and terrorism, what we are expecting. Okay. So the Jamaat and the same thing, Jamaat and the National Conference, whether is BJP and all that. So हमारी expectation is that there should be a peaceful atmosphere. Apart from that, there should be some policies regarding for the youth of Kashmir, at least now conflict से आगे, now so they can do something good for us.
अगर बात करें इस रिजर्वेशन की, मैं आपको एक बात बोलूँगी, जॉब में भी हम देख रहे हैं 40% ओपन मेरिट वालों के लिए, एडमिशन्स के टाइम भी देख रहे हैं हम, जो इस वजह से पीछे रह जाते हैं और आगे जो रहते हैं रिजर्व्ड लोग रहते हैं. हाँ, अगर हम बात करें रिजर्व्ड बैकवर्ड एरिया, गवर्नमेंट तो उन एरियाज़ को आप डेवलप कर रही है, उन एरियाज़ को डेवलप, बट स्टिल दे आर यूजिंग दैट कैटेगरी सर्टिफिकेट. इवन गवर्नमेंट को चाहिए और एरियाज़ वैसे डेवलप है, ये जो रिजर्व्ड कैटेगरी है वो वहाँ पे खत्म हो जाए.
And this is the big issue, reservation. This is a big issue. If you see the social media, youngsters, they're saying do justice with the open merit. You may be having some sort of other communities, but in Jammu and Kashmir, there's a slogan by youngsters, young educated people, do justice with the open merit. Reason is simple. You have a 70% general category population. You have like 7% scheduled caste population, SC. You have then the ST population. Now there are SC Gujar Bakrwal, which already had reservation. Now they have added Paharis and others into that reservation, ST, which is another Pahari.
So the reservation policy has to be redefined.
They are saying give reservation based on the population.
So let's try and end this conversation, Nazir, with the poet here, Jamal Badgami, needs no introduction. He is one of the most renowned faces and recognizable faces of the valley.
मैं कहाँ से वो अल्फाज लाऊं और किस समंदर से और किस पहाड़ से लाऊं जिसकी मैं मोदी जी की तारीफ करूं। जो हम यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, जो हम यहाँ अमन का सांस ले रहे हैं, ये मोदी जी का देन है। कश्मीर की एक परंपरा जो है,
कश्मीरियत, जमहूरियत,
हाँ बिल्कुल, कश्मीरियत जो है, यहाँ हमारे हिंदू भाई जो शायर थे वो प्रॉफिट पर नात लिखते थे, मनसेद लिखते थे। और मैं भी बचपन में मैंने शुरू कर दिया लीला से, मैंने भगवान कृष्ण की लीला से शुरू कर दी। उसके बाद जब उग्रवाद आ गया तो मैंने लीला ये बंद की, क्योंकि गोली तो मतलब ज़रूरी थी उस वक्त। तो मैं थोड़ा कुछ सुना रहा हूँ। भगवान कृष्ण पर मैंने कुछ लिखा है। सुछुपाने आलीशान भगवान कृष्ण सोन, क्या पोषण मशूबान भगवान कृष्ण सोन, यीना सुरक्षित बोश जरहाज बपादन पोश, तारख न बस्ताबान भगवान कृष्ण सोन। थो कान में यमनादन जरहाज बगुल पादन, दयसुंद मलुल अरमान
All right. Thank you so much, Jamal ji. Thank you so much for sharing that thought. And thank you to all the panelists who joined us at this hour. With that, it's a wrap from Nazir and me. Thank you for joining us on this special broadcast. Of course, we'll continue our coverage of Jammu and Kashmir.
And this, what Jamal ji has said, it is not something new. It is an old tradition of Kashmir, whether it was Mohanlal Aima singing Naat, mesmerizing Naat, or it is the Shiv Leela by Muslim great singers like Muhammad Abdullah Tibat Bakal, which mesmerized, which is Pujai Lagai Param Shivnath. So nothing new about it. We had this syncretic culture and it will go on. Right now we will have to see how we are going to vote in these elections and who is going to form the next government.
So we'll know about it in October. So thank you so much for joining us.
Hello, Moto.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. news that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Vedanta Gravral. Coming up on the show, well, our big focus, Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has walked out of Tihar Jail. What are the political ramifications? What are the reactions coming in? All of that and more. But first up, the headlines at the start. 4 soldiers injured in Jammu and Kashmir's Kishtwar encounter, a major encounter in Jammu and Kashmir ahead of polls. Arvind Kejriwal gets bail after 6 months. He's walked out of Tihar Jail. He says that, well, I'll fight against anti-national forces. This as the Supreme Court comes down heavily on the CBI, says the agency must dispel the notion of being a caged parrot. However, multiple conditions for Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. He cannot go to his office or the Delhi Secretariat. The Indian Air Force officer accused of rape by a junior woman officer at the Srinagar Air Base, where both are serving, is granted anticipatory bail. The High Court says an arrest will tarnish the officer's reputation. After exiting operations in India in 2021 and shutting down its plant, Ford is back in the country. The Chennai plant will reopen. Vehicles will be manufactured for export. The 4 owners of the coaching centre in which 3 students died in basement flooding have gotten bail. They've been told to deposit 5 crores with the Red Cross Society. Delhi surpasses the annual rainfall average. Record rainfall in the national capital. When it rains, it truly pours lately. Cars float on the road in Gurugram. Meanwhile, massive waterlogging in parts of the national capital as well. And our lead story, well, 4 soldiers have been injured in Jammu and Kashmir's Kishtwar. This is a major encounter has broken out right ahead of the polls. Of course, this comes close on the heels of multiple other encounters. In fact, also a major arms haul in Jammu and Kashmir. Remember, a suspicious intruder, a terrorist, was also arrested in a joint operation by the Jammu and Kashmir police and the CRPF. But the latest coming in from Kishtwar, 4 soldiers have been injured. Let me go across to my colleague Nazir Masoodi joining us live on the phone line. Okay, we'll try and reconnect with Nazir there. Pretty concerning back-to-back encounters in Jammu and Kashmir. This is the security situation, of course, remains a huge concern for the central government, given the fact that this comes right ahead of the assembly polls. Of course, the Election Commission has said that there have been more and more central security forces that have been deployed in Jammu and Kashmir as well, and that security is under control. But back-to-back encounters being reported. In fact, just this morning, we had a major arms haul in Jammu and Kashmir as well, and a terrorist was arrested. Moving now to the other big headline, well, in the sensational case in which an IAF flying officer had levelled allegations of rape and sexual harassment against the wing commander, the High Court has now granted anticipatory bail to the accused wing commander. In fact, in its order, the High Court has made several startling observations, including the fact that a charge sheet cannot be filed without the approval from the High Court. In fact, the High Court has also said that a case on an arrest in this particular case would lead to maligning the wing commander, and it would damage or jeopardize the reputation and career of the wing commander. My colleague Nazir Masoodi has more on the bail order.
It is a very rare order in a sense that an anticipatory bail has been granted in case of rape charges against an officer who is accused of raping his subordinate fly officer at Srinagar Air Force Base. This incident dates back to the New Year celebrations on the 31st December and 1st January intervening night, when the officers were celebrating New Year at Srinagar Air Base, and then the 26-year-old flying officer, she alleged that she was sexually assaulted by a wing commander. She complained about that, but she said instead of giving her justice, there was a cover-up.
she finally filed a complaint before the Jammu and Kashmir police, and on 8th of this month, Jammu and Kashmir police filed an FIR against wing commander under rape charges. But the accused officer moved to Jammu and Kashmir High Court, and Jammu and Kashmir's High Court single bench has ordered an anticipatory bail for the accused officer. But the order has said that the arrest of wing commander will jeopardize his reputation as well as service career. The court has also directed police not to file charge sheet in this case without the permission of the High Court. So it's not just an anticipatory bail for the accused officer, but also police have been barred from filing charge sheet without permission of High Court. However, the High Court has said that the investigation will continue, and the accused officer has to cooperate with the investigating officer. He has to submit himself for the investigation tomorrow until 16th of this month, and whenever he is required for the investigation. But it is a rarest of rare case where in such a heinous charge, anticipatory bail has been given, and the court has said that as the petitioner who is serving in the wing commander in the Air Force Station, Srinagar, and in case of his arrest, his reputation as well as service shall be jeopardized. It has also said that in the event of his arrest, he should be given bail.
And the big political headline, Arvind Kejriwal has walked out of Tihar Jail. This after the Supreme Court granted bail to the Delhi Chief Minister in the liquor policy case. There you can see visuals of Arvind Kejriwal at his residence with his wife and his parents. Of course, the Supreme Court gave a very strongly worded order. In fact, one of the judges said that, well, the CBI is acting like a caged parrot and that it was a travesty of justice as far as the trial is concerned. But politically speaking, wide-ranging ramifications of this bail order. This comes right ahead of the Haryana polls. Haryana is a crucial state for the Aam Aadmi Party, and also the crucial assembly elections in the national capital early next year. As per sources, Arvind Kejriwal will focus on rebuilding the party's image. He will hit the ground running. He's expected to start campaigning in Haryana next week. He's also expected to kickstart his campaign with a visit to the Rajghat here in Delhi and also to the Hanuman Mandir. So Arvind Kejriwal hitting the ground running immediately after he's walked free. In fact, he gave an emotional speech after walking out. He said, "I will continue to fight the anti-national forces." Take a look.
Walking free out of Delhi's Tihar Jail, the Chief Minister was welcomed with massive celebrations after 6 months in captivity without a trial.
इन लोगों को लगा कि केजरीवाल को जेल में डाल देंगे तो केजरीवाल के हौसले टूट जाएंगे। आज मैं आपको कहना चाहता हूं, मैं जेल से बाहर आया हूं, मेरे हौसले 100 गुना ज्यादा बढ़ गए हैं।
The Supreme Court today granted bail to the AAP leader, saying his prolonged stay amounts to unjust deprivation of liberty. Justice Ujjwal Buyan as well as Justice Surya Kant delivered separate verdicts, but both agreed that Arvind Kejriwal had to be set free since there seemed no likelihood of an immediate trial. The order said completion of trial unlikely in the near future, continued incarceration infringes on legal principles, no likelihood of evidence tampering by the appellant, citizen cannot be made to run from pillar to post, courts at all levels must ensure trial does not become punishment. The two differed mainly on the legality of the Chief Minister's arrest by the CBI. Justice Ujjwal Buyan said, belated arrest of the appellant by the CBI is unjustified. Failed to understand the hurry to arrest by CBI, the perception matters in a democracy governed by law, imperative that the CBI dispels notion of being a caged parrot. Justice Surya Kant differed, saying, no illegality in the arrest of Kejriwal by CBI, no merit in the contention that CBI failed to comply with the Criminal Procedure Code mandate. The bail conditions for Arvind Kejriwal stipulate The Chief Minister cannot go to his office in the Secretariat. He cannot sign any files except those that have to be cleared by the Lieutenant Governor and a bail bond of 10 lakh of rupees. Soon after the top court's verdict in the morning, there were celebrations and a sense of vindication at the AAP offices and at Kejriwal's house.
भाजपा के मंसूबों पे पानी फिर गया। वो लोग विपक्ष के नेताओं को जेल में डाल के सत्ता में बने रहना चाहते हैं। उनका मकसद ही ये है।
सच्चाई की जीत हुई है। हम बहुत खुश हैं। आने वाले समय में इससे और सच्चाई के लिए लड़ने वालों को ताकत मिलेगी। बात सिर्फ केजरीवाल जी की नहीं है। जो भी आदमी सच्चाई के लिए लड़ रहा है उसको ताकत मिलेगी।
The BJP has hit out saying bail did not prove the Chief Minister's innocence.
एक बार फिर सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने आज चाहे बेल दी हुई, लेकिन क्योंकि उन्होंने ये पाया है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी लिप्त हैं इस शराब घोटाले में, इसीलिए उनको ना तो सीएम के ऑफिस जाने के योग्य समझा गया है, ना किसी फाइल पे साइन करने के योग्य समझा गया है।
माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने कट्टर बेईमान पापी आपके कन्वीनर अरविंद केजरीवाल को फिर से आईना दिखाया है और ये जो आदेश पारित हुआ है, भ्रष्टाचारी कट्टर बेईमान अरविंद केजरीवाल को कंडीशनल बेल मिली है। और ये कहना गलत नहीं होगा, जेल वाला सीएम अब बेल वाला सीएम हो गया है।
With the three main players of the alleged liquor scam, Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia and K. Kavita, now out, what does it mean for the probe?
Kejriwal's immediate priorities would be Haryana polls, a meeting with Delhi cabinet, and to reorganize the Delhi's councils of ministers to include former Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. Aam Aadmi Party is said to be taking legal opinion on whether or not Arvind Kejriwal can meet officials at home if he is not allowed to go to the Delhi Secretariat.
Kejriwal's immediate priorities now would be Haryana polls, a meeting of the Delhi cabinet and the reorganization of the Delhi's Council of Ministers to include former Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia.
There is nothing known as a half Chief Minister. There is nothing known as a quarter Chief Minister. He is the Chief Minister. No power except the elected government or a 356 can change that status. And therefore, to suggest that in a bail matter, a condition which inhibits him from functioning as Chief Minister would be a constitutional canard. He is entitled to deal with and sign all files. Only the files relating to this case do not.
With Kejriwal now being released, the focus now shifts to the politics. Not only will the AAP Supremo take on the BJP, the big question is the relationship between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress. There are elections in Haryana and then, of course, in Delhi. Will the India alliance continue and how do they perceive of fighting together? With camera person Rakesh Male, Sunil Prabhu, NDTV.
So task cut out for the Aam Aadmi Party national convener, but the Aam Aadmi Party really milking it politically. There was a huge show of strength in the streets of the national capital, a big road show led by the Chief Minister from the Tihar Jail to his residence. My colleague Aishwarya sent us this report.
Well, after 6 months being in jail, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal had finally come out from Tihar prison after getting a regular bail from the Supreme Court in the alleged Delhi excise policy case. And now Arvind Kejriwal over here had come at his residence at 6 Civil Lines. There you can see Arvind Kejriwal now addressing the party workers who have come all around from the national capital. Senior leaders of Aam Aadmi Party, including Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann, Sanjay Singh, Manish Sisodia, Atishi, all welcomed Mr. Kejriwal. When he came outside the Tihar prison, he clearly stated that he will continue to fight against the anti-India forces. And now Arvind Kejriwal at his residence is addressing the karyakartas of the Aam Aadmi Party who had been waiting for is a glimpse from the time that Supreme Court announced the judgment. Of course, there were war of words that had taken place between the Bharatiya Janata Party and Aam Aadmi Party, BJP, saying that he will be a CM who will be called a chief minister who is out on bail. But on the other side, it is Arvind Kejriwal and Aam Aadmi Party who had been stating that it is the Bharatiya Janata Party whose government had been pressurizing these central agencies, and these central agencies are working on the behest of the central government, and that's what something that the opposition parties had been claiming, that this is a political vendetta and a political witch hunt against the opposition leaders, and therefore the reason perhaps he was arrested, and other India Alliance leaders had also got arrested in the past.
And looking at some other news from the national capital, well, the four co-owners of the Rao's IAS coaching who were arrested after 3 young UPSC aspirants died in the basement flooding, they've been given bail by the High Court. In fact, the High Court has set an unprecedented bail condition, saying that the co-owners must deposit 5 crore rupees with the Red Cross Society, which is a non-profit organization. The High Court says that this money would help the government in running these coaching centers with more security and safety. In fact, the High Court, in a strongly worded order, also said that what the owners did was absolutely unpardonable, and it reflects their act of greed. In more news from Delhi, well, in the heart of the national capital, broad daylight shooting. In fact, an Afghan gym owner, a young gym owner, was killed in this daylight shooting. In fact, a Bishnoi gang member, Rohit Godara's aide, in fact, has now claimed responsibility for this attack. 6 people have been arrested, but the police say that the shooter is still on the run. And with that, we'll take a short break now, but news continues on the other side.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Welcome back. Our special report now from Assam. After 2021, another eviction had turned violent while a mob attacked officials and cops near the Sonapur area while they were evicting people from encroached land which are part of tribal belts and block. 2 people have died and several other injured as the police opened fire. In Ground Zero, there is an uneasy calm. My colleague Ratndeep Chaudhary reports.
An uneasy calm in the Kochutoli village in Sonapur, part of Assam's Kamrup Metropolitan District. 24 hours after people were killed in retaliatory police firing as an anti-encroachment drive turned violent. The police say they had to fire when a mob turned violent and attacked police and government officials.
During the last 1.5 months, lot of people have tried to enter Assam from Bangladesh. We had this in mind that is there a situation where some of these people may have come here. 9th, 10th, 11th, the eviction continued peacefully. 248 bighas of tribal land was evicted and cleared of encroachment, which had about 151 families and 300 odd structures.
The locals claim they have been living here for ages and have all documents to prove they are bona fide citizens.
कह रहा है कि सब बांग्लादेश की है और हम लोग तो बांग्लादेश के है कि नहीं है नहीं, हम लोग भारत की है, हम लोग भारत के है, हम लोग को बताना चाहिए कि हम लोग को चांस देना चाहिए कि तुम लोग को यहाँ से वहाँ जाओ, तुम लोग को वार्निंग देना चाहिए कि हम लोग भारत की है, हम कहाँ जाएंगे हम लोग यहाँ 40 से 45 साल से हैं हम.
Among the dead, Haider Ali was an e-rickshaw driver.
কি হরা মতে লড়াটু 8টার সময় ওলা গেছে ছাত্র নিয়ে স্কুলত স্কুল আঁকা হয়েছে টমটম চালিয়ে গেছে আঁকা হয়েছে আঁকা ছাত্র আনবার গেছে ছাত্র আনিছে আনি ফেলে রাস্তা দেখা পাইছে হাতে যাই আছে হাতে টমটম নিয়ে আছে এই রাস্তাতে সাইডে ঘরে গাড়ি খাড়া করেছে গুলি করে মারিছে বলে এলে গই পাওয়া না নটু গম পাওয়া না এনে গুলি গই পাওয়া না.
Inside this village that since September 9th, the authorities were carrying out an eviction drive against encroachment of what the government claimed were these lands which were part of tribal belts and blocks and therefore were reserved for tribal people. However, there were non-tribal people from a certain community living here, basically which had encroached upon government land of the tribal belts and block, where evicted, people were evicted, the houses were demolished by bulldozers, and it was a rather peaceful process. However, yesterday there was trouble here. According to police, hundreds of people tried to attack government officials and police forces who had come here to evict people, and in that process at least 22 government officials, including policemen, have sustained injuries. They are under treatment in hospital. Now, police says that to control the situation, they had to use force, they had to fire tear gas shell, use rubber bullets, and finally had to open fire. The incident was a stark reminder of what happened in 2021, when 2 people were killed and 15 policemen injured in clashes between alleged encroachers and the police during an eviction drive in Assam's Gurukuti. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma has pointed fingers at the opposition.
तो ये जो एविक्टेड पीपल है पहले घर चला गया था उनका जो ओरिजिनल घर है फिर वो लोग वायलेंट हो गया जब कांग्रेस ने इंस्टिगेट किया पुलिस को बहुत सारा वेपन लेके शार्प वेपन लेके पुलिस को मारा पुलिस को हमला किया फिर पुलिस ने रिटालिएट भी किया अभी ठंडा है एविक्शन चल रहा है लेकिन यही लोग रेल पट्टी का ऊपर भी आ गया है और बांग्लादेश में जैसे नारा लगाया गया था वही नारा यहाँ लगाया गया है तो थोड़ा सा लगता है कि बहुत सारा फंडामेंटलिज्म घुस गया है
When the Assam Assembly was in session, the particular circle officer of Kamrup Metropolitan and Sonapur Revenue Circle has categorically stated that there is no any encroachment on government land, government khas land, VGR, PGR, Satra land or wetland, anything.
This incident has once again highlighted Assam's sensitive indigenous versus illegal settlers narrative. It's the poor who are becoming the victim. With camera person Sanjay Chakravarti, from Kochutoli village in Sonapur, Ratndeep Chaudhary for NDTV.
News now from the national capital region. Well, familiar scenes as there was heavy rainfall here in Delhi. In fact, several key commute routes were waterlogged after there was overnight rain and traffic snarls as usual. Delhi's perennial problem of nightmarish traffic continues. This is the root cause of the entire havoc really remains the same, and that is clogged drains. But look at those visuals coming in from the national capital of roads completely blocked. In fact, in several parts of the Delhi-Gurugram road, vehicles were almost trapped in waist-deep water, people having to wade through knee-deep to waist-deep water. In fact, Delhi has surpassed its annual rain average as well. In fact, the Met Department has predicted more rain for not just Delhi but several parts of Haryana, also Uttar Pradesh as well. And in some business news now, well, business conglomerate the Adani Group has now figured on Time's World's Best Companies list. This is an elite list in which the Adani Group has figured. In fact, the 8 out of 11 listed Adani companies were considered for this evaluation. There were more than 150,000 participants in this, but the Adani Group really shining as far as this global elite list is concerned. So an important recognition there for the Adani Group. The Adani Group said that we are committed to excellence in growth and sustainability. And with that, we'll slip into a short break now. Thanks so much for watching. Goodbye.
Hello.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Up been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience. You are watching India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi. Let's take a look at the big headlines. First up, India launches its biggest push ever for semiconductor manufacturing. At Semicon, Prime Minister Modi sets an ambitious target of tripling electronics manufacturing to $500 billion in 6 years. India looks to ink tech partnerships with Japan, Singapore and US. As External Affairs Minister, Dr. Jaishankar says 75% of all issues between India and China have been resolved. India is now cautiously opening up its trade with China with a focus on electronics manufacturing. Leader of opposition in India, Rahul Gandhi, raises a hornet's nest over religious freedom to Sikhs. Gandhi's false claims endorsed by Khalistani terrorist Pannu. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval meets Russian President Vladimir Putin on the sidelines of the BRICS NSA meeting. Putin-Doval meet comes 3 weeks after PM Modi met Ukrainian President Zelensky, and international clamor is growing for India to mediate.
He was keen to brief you about his visit to Ukraine and his meeting with President Zelensky.
US President Joe Biden will host the 4th in-person Quad meeting on 21st of September. Quad has US, India, Japan and Australia as its members, and discussions will focus on the free and open nature of Indo-Pacific. All right, the big story on the show this week, India's push to be a player in the semiconductor space. Well, this isn't the first time that India has made efforts, but what's different is the intent and the vision. The stage is set with multiple rounds of infra investments, fiscal incentives and a strengthening R&D landscape. Already, the second phase of semiconductor plan has earmarked $15 billion as against $10 billion in the first phase. And the current demand for semiconductors in India is about $25 billion, met largely through imports. Now, this demand is expected to grow to $100 billion. So both for trade and political security, a part of this demand must be met domestically, and which is why the semiconductor industry is so important. It's not just about aspirations of a growing economy, but the necessity of feeding a large economy. Listen in to what Prime Minister Modi had to say. We come back and talk more on what's needed to get us to being a semiconductor hub.
भारत दुनिया का 8वां देश है जहां ग्लोबल सेमीकंडक्टर इंडस्ट्री से जुड़ा ये भव्य आयोजन हो रहा है और मैं कह सकता हूं कि दिस इज द राइट टाइम टू बी इन इंडिया। 21st सेंचुरी के भारत में द चिप्स आर नेवर डाउन। और सिर्फ इतना ही नहीं है, आज का भारत दुनिया को भरोसा देता है When the chips are down, you can bet on India.
Okay, so what all is needed? First is the need to continue with fiscal incentives. And it cannot be only the central government. State governments need to pitch it. Gujarat has a semiconductor policy. Other states like UP, some of the other ones also need to come in. Next is the gradual but strategic upward movement in the value chain. It needs to follow the model of some of the other countries. Assembly, testing, marking, packaging are the low end of the value chain. And this is what India needs to focus on, attract investments from global companies and build indigenization. Last but most important, the skill deficit. By 2032, India will need about 1.2 million people in the semiconductor space. And that's an area we need to come out with specific courses, semiconductor specific courses to address this gap. India wants to capture 10% of the global demand of semiconductor chips by 2030, wants a $110 billion economy and industry. And for that, these factors need to fit in. And if they do, the numbers could be higher. Unlike the past, where governments and industry glamorized big fab factories that needed big ticket investments, industry and policy framework is now enabling a smaller, viable ecosystem. Even the lower end of the tech value chain, which is why I said it's different this time around. And with global political climate acting as a major enabler, it's clear that India is primed to be a major player in the semiconductor space and semiconductor ecosystem. And that is when we need to hear the first top voice on the show, Brad Staples, on the tailwinds that could propel India's chip journey from here on. Listen in. Mr. Staples, thank you so much for taking out the time, speaking to me.
Magori, it's lovely to be with you.
So we speak at a time when there is a huge push towards semiconductor manufacturing by the government. There's an expectation that this could lead to big ticket investments. First of all, I want your thoughts on a very consistent effort being made by the government. There are proposals, there are committed investment proposals that are in place, but how do you see India's semiconductor journey?
What I've been excited about and inspired by in the conversations we've been having here as part of the US-India Business Council's board meeting and the Ideas Summit that's taking place is there's a different perspective in terms of the United States relationship with India in the tech sector, whether it's semiconductors or it's beyond that. That there is US capital coming to India excited and determined to be part of a new stage in India's tech sector development. It's the era of outsourcing is long past, and we have innovation at a large scale and a real commitment here to build a complementary relationship in the tech space between the United States and India. And the semiconductor sector is right at the heart of that. And we've got large-scale US semiconductor investments now taking place in this country. I think there's a warm response in the West to the Honourable Prime Minister's design and desire to see greater investment in the semiconductor space.
It's a long journey, and you know there are levels and layers as far as the semiconductor investment trajectory is concerned. But in your assessment, if we were to do a 5-year down the line kind of a scenario building, where do you see India on the semiconductor tech ladder, so to say, taking care of the lower end, the design element, or do you see maybe making more strides given the tech partnerships that it's actively looking at with US?
I think if you look at these tech partnerships now, they're everything from research and development through design and manufacturing on a highly sophisticated, large-scale sort of footprint. India won't be the only place that the world secures its semiconductors for the future from. It's going to need large-scale investments in other parts of the world in like-minded nations so that we reduce this dependency on Taiwan that we have presently. And you see large-scale investments from groups like Apple in Europe as well, in countries like Germany, where they're building large-scale semiconductor manufacturing, as well as in India. So I think India will be part of a new mix of nations that are playing a strategically essential role to secure this new Gen AI era that we're entering.
The US-China chip war that is taking place, how big a push that could be in terms of the tailwinds that India's semiconductor industry needs? Do you see that really being a facilitator? Because it comes at the backdrop of US asking some of its other allies also, whether Japan or Netherlands and others, to try and limit access of technology to China. How does that add up for India or help India?
I think it helps India because there's a strategic imperative to move quickly, clearly, and to have these critical contributors to the development of the semiconductor sector working with a greater level of collaboration than we've seen in the past. And the Dutch play a critical role in that, absolutely critical role in that. So I think it helps, it focuses minds, it accelerates investment, and it shows a level of determined diplomatic and strategic alignment. But it's the semiconductor sector, and it takes time to develop this infrastructure and to create the skills that are needed to produce high-quality product that will be essential from India. So I think it sets it is a tailwind, but we also have to look at these longer-term timeframes.
Mr. Staples, thank you so much for taking out the time and speaking to NDTV.
It's great to be with you.
All right, wide angle show, a segment of the show. India-China ties have been tense in the last 4 years, and their bilateral ties, trade, though skewed against India, has continued unabated. But as India makes a push for getting a larger slice of the global IT industry, it's making amends in its no Chinese investments stance. Now, this is needed to end long-term dependence, to kickstart homegrown production and boost local industry. In fact, let's listen in to what Dr. Jaishankar had to say in terms of cautiously opening up Chinese investments in India.
We are not close to business from China. You know, I mean, this is the country, it's the second largest economy in the world. It's a premium manufacturer. So there's nobody who can say, I won't do business with China. I think the issue is which sectors do you do business, on what terms do you do business? So it's far more complicated than a black and white binary answer.
All right, the last 4 years as it shut Chinese investments, Indian industry says that local manufacturers here suffered $10 billion in production losses. There were significant job losses as well, which is why India needs to now cautiously open up to Chinese investments to ensure long-term Atmanirbharta in electronics manufacturing. By 2026, India's demand for electronics components will cross $75 billion, and India needs to make a policy priority to start homegrown production, to reduce reliance on imports, and for that, opening up to Chinese investments with a clear tech transfer and clear guardrails in place is an imperative, and which is why, as long as guardrails are in place, India can start this process of opening up to Chinese funds. All right, on that note, we slip into a very short break. We come back with lots more on the other side. Stay with us.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Welcome back. You're watching India Essence with me, Gauri Dwivedi. Now, before we get the second top voice on the show, well, it's about US elections. It enters its last phase. If there's one partnership that's least likely to be impacted, irrespective of who comes to power, it's the India-US partnership. This means there's very little uncertainty for New Delhi, whether it's Kamala Harris or Donald Trump who comes to power. And let's get in our second top voice on the show, Ambassador Atul Keshav, on the convergence between Democrats and Republicans when it comes to partnering with India. Ambassador Keshav, thanks so much for speaking to me on India Sense. And my first question to you, sir, is how do you see the next phase of the US-India partnership from here on, building on from the tech tie-ups India has already put in place with the US?
So, Gauri, thank you for the opportunity. I think now we are in, the starting gun has gone off, and we are now heading for escape velocity. If you look at the technological collaboration that is happening, it is intensifying. It is driven by strategic necessity and geoeconomic risks. And so when you look at supply chain, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, green tech, it is pretty darn clear that the two governments and their two communities of companies are intent upon closer collaboration. We had what felt like half the US government at our India Ideas Summit. I met with what feels like half the Indian government at this India Ideas Summit over these last few days. And everybody is focused on implementation. It's not so much that we have to conceive of the world to come, we have to implement the world to come.
Okay, so the elections are in a very crucial phase, and a lot of people are wondering what happens whether Kamala Harris or Donald Trump comes to power. I feel that there's going to be complete policy certainty, irrespective of who comes to power. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely. India is a fairly safe topic in our political system. And I think that no matter what the electoral outcome, we're going to see a very significant amount of continuity by the United States government and by the American system in trying to develop greater industrial and technological ties with India. The strategic equation is already very strong. The economic equation has potential, but it's the technological that's driving it. So you look at semiconductors, you look at all the supply chain risks, and that we're trying to shore up supply chains, all of the green tech, financial services and fintech, energy, the list is endless. And defense is, of course, also a big driver. So I don't really worry too much about the US-India relationship. There'll be bumps, there'll be turbulence, there'll be a lot of social media opinions and media opinions, but the two governments, in all of the meetings I had this week with Minister Jaishankar, Minister Goyal, Minister Sitharaman, Minister Puri, they all expressed continuity. And with all the US government officials with whom I met, all of those visiting from Washington, including the president's chief policy advisor on South Asia and the State Department chief policy advisor on South Asia, the USTR chief policy advisor on South Asia, the continuity is very clear. We also hosted Treasury delegations, Development Finance Corporation delegations, so many different parts of the US government working in the same direction with the Indian government on the technological convergence, particularly securing our people from any risks.
All right, Ambassador Keshav, I'm afraid I have to leave it there. Thanks much for speaking to me on India Sense. Shifting focus to Inside Story. Well, just like one can't choose their neighbors, India has to live with Pakistan and China on its two main borders. With Pakistan, India's security calculations have always remained tense, and the turmoil in the country is the latest in the series of events that is complicating the security landscape for India. Imran Khan has a very complicated relationship with ISI and the Pakistani military, with his supporters now on the streets. The situation could get worse, creating a large humanitarian and possibly a security issue for India. Add to this the major economic meltdown that is in sight. It's been 8 weeks and Pakistan has not been able to get the $7 billion of IMF loan that it desperately needs to remain afloat. Pakistan's external debt stands at $130 billion with, guess what, nearly a 30% owed to China. And here's the catch. To secure the loan, Pakistan needs to ensure rollover of its past debt. But in the past, debt restructuring talks with China for Pakistan have all but failed, telling you just how crucial and vital India needs to be as far as its borders with Pakistan is concerned. All right, it's that segment of the show which is the most exciting video of the week. SpaceX Polaris Dawn mission was led by fintech billionaire Jared Isaacman as he created history, being the first private spacewalk. Take a look at this video. With that, it's a wrap on this edition of India Sense. Thanks so much for watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV. 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the